Hey, J-Man, what's up?
Shot. About an hour later, the officer returns to give Michael the devastating news.
Got bad news. She's dying. No. You need to do something to me, bro. Sit down. No. Sit down. No. You lying to me. Sit down. You lying to me right now, right? You lying to me? You lying to me? I wouldn't lie to you. Why they didn't save her then? I don't know. Why they didn't save her then? Because they took her out. She was talking to me. I know. She was talking to you. What happened to her? What did they do to her? I don't know, man. Thank you. Why? Take a breath. I can't take no breath. You have a right to know, so I have to tell you. Sir. Why? I need a hospital. I'm not playing with you right now. Everything is blue. You want to go to the hospital? I need a hospital. I'm not playing. I think I'm having a... Let's go to the hospital. I need a hospital. Let's go to the hospital. I want my mom. Yeah. And I want my dad. Sit down for me. I'm going to get your package up. We're going to take you to the hospital. Bring me those chains. Leslie, could you bring me those chains, please? Sir, I can't breathe. Yep, we're going to take you up.
This guy shot his wife because she threw a metal or a concrete trash can at his head.
This nigga ain't no God. I told him. I told him the whole time. Can you stand? I told him. Damn it. I need to stand up. Mom, bro.
Due to Michael's sudden decline, officers request EMS to return and check him out.
It's on that
When they
Uwu
arrive,
channel.
Michael's reaction is anything but cooperative.
So what's going on, buddy? Well, my wife is dead, so, shoot me right in my hand.
I'm gonna be honest, buddy. We're here to help you and take care of you. You will not talk to us with that language. We're here to help you and take care of you, but we're gonna have some respectful conversations. We can check you out, but we will not tolerate that kind of language right now.
Okay.
The paramedics determine that Michael is physically fine, believing his symptoms may be tied to his pre-existing neuropathy condition. He's eventually able to stand, and officers place him in restraints before transporting him to the hospital per his request. Later that day, with both parents now unavailable, Merle is informed that his grandson will be placed in temporary custody until a formal custody hearing is held, although the outcome of the hearing has not been publicly disclosed. Michael Edgington was initially
What's up,
charged with
Nintendo?
second-degree reckless murder in the death of his wife, Sydney Palmer. After spending nearly 10 months in custody, he posted bond in May 2024 and was released while awaiting trial. He returned later that year in October, where he pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter. On January 6, 2025, he was sentenced to 61 months in state prison, the maximum penalty allowed for the charge. According to news reports during the trial, Sydney's mother criticized Edgington for remarrying after he was released on bond and for holding the ceremony in the same house where the shooting took place. She told the court, "This is the place where you killed your ex-wife and my daughter, and you have a wedding there as if she hadn't existed." Upon his release, Edgington will serve 36 months of post-release supervision. But for Sydney Palmer's family, no sentence will ever erase the pain of what happened that day.
Well, that doesn't look good on his part.
Had you gotten hit by a car, that baby would be dead right now.
She just straight up backhanded this here.
Okay, I'm just trying to get him to listen.
When an officer in New Berlin, Wisconsin witnesses a chop...
Hell no. Guys, make sure to hit that like.
Put the gun down and show me your hands.
Then leave. You don't have to be here. Here, I'll help you. This title says celebrity couple learns they're not untouchable.
I can't go nowhere. Bro, man, you shut the up, bro. You weak.
He got tased.
Nigga in the fucking gym.
He's a Team USA athlete. The Olympics. Chill. He's in the Olympics.
Chaos erupts at Miami Beach on January 2nd, 2025, when a world-renowned Olympic athlete becomes the focal point of a dramatic spectacle that quickly spirals out of control. As tensions escalate, multiple arrests are made, leaving a stunned crowd of bystanders in shock and disbelief.
What happened?
Just another day in Miami Beach.
The following report is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. At 11:22 p.m., Miami Beach police officers investigating a scene are approached by a man who is concerned about his car parked in the area. While audio doesn't capture...
Yeah, I know. I've been trying to do research on how I
the man
can,
began to argue, and an officer
like,
raised his
stream
left hand in an
it.
attempt to create space. Within seconds, the situation takes an alarming turn.
Yeah. I got you, J-Man. If you want, you can put it in chat. And I'll do like a countdown for us to play it together. Yeah, but that's the thing is I do a lot on my computer while I stream on my phone. So, these vertical streams have to be on a mobile device or else it's just a regular YouTube live. And I don't want to do regular lives. Yeah, that's why it sucks, but J-Man, can you post the pin thing and then also the link in the Discord? If you don't mind. The stream link in the Discord. Thank you. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, J-Man. Thank you. I'm about to go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be fast and we'll watch it. Hang on. J-Man, can you make a comment saying that I'm running to the bathroom real fast? All right, be right back. Okay, I'm back, y'all. Whew, it is warm. Yeah, it's not. You can't find it on the browser. You have to go by the link. The link is in the description, and it's also right there in the pin by J-Man. Damn, I'm burning alive. Let this bitch hang off. I'm like actually sweating right now. Okay. Oh, wait, let's do a countdown. Did you post the link in the chat? Can you post the link to the video in the chat? Alright, I'll let everybody who wants to watch it together click the link, whatever. Then I'll count to 3, and then we'll play. I'll say 1, 2, 3, go. So on go, we press play. Alright. 1, 2, 3, go.
I can't go nowhere. Bro.
You're good. Oh, wait. Stop. Rewind it. Sorry. It didn't start it from the beginning for me. Sorry. There we go.
I can't go nowhere.
Thanks, Dylan.
Bro, you shut the up, bro. You weak. That nigga in the fucking gym.
He's a Team USA athlete. The Olympics.
He's a Team USA
He's in the
athlete.
Olympics.
Chaos erupts at Miami Beach on January 2nd, 2025, when a world-renowned Olympic athlete becomes the focal point of a dramatic spectacle that quickly spirals out of control. As tensions escalate, multiple arrests are made, leaving a stunned crowd of bystanders in shock and disbelief.
What happened?
Just another day in Miami Beach.
The following report is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. At 11:22 p.m., Miami Beach police officers investigating a scene are approached by a man who is concerned about his car parked in the area. While audio doesn't capture what was discussed between them,
We're gonna smoke a
reports
bowl,
state
guys.
the man began to argue, and an officer raised his left hand in an attempt to create space. Within seconds, the situation takes an alarming turn. According to the police report,
He is
the
not
officer
listening to
delivered
her.
a hammer fist toward the man's upper head area. Hazing the suspect, officers are able to successfully place him in handcuffs as other officers attempt to move the female away from the scene.
Boom! Get back! Boom!
I found it.
Just stop resisting, bro.
Seriously, that's all he's got to do. But he's still resisting.
Y'all not separating me from my man. No. No. Y'all can't manhandle me. Stop. 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 Y'all not separating me from my man. Stop. I'm diabetic. I'm diabetic. You're squeezing my blood pressure. Stop. You're squeezing my blood pressure. Stop. That's my man. Stop. No. No. Y'all not doing this. He's a Team USA athlete. The Olympics. Chill. He's in the Olympics. He's in the Olympics.
Officers would later identify him as 29-year-old Frederick "Fred" Curley, an American sprinter who won silver and bronze medals in the men's 100 meters while competing in the Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024.
Yeah, I'm always
Along
around.
accompanying him is his girlfriend, 32-year-old Cleo Rahman, also known as DJ Sky High Baby, who also appeared on the reality TV series Baddies.
Get away from my girl! Oh! I'm not resisting! I'm not resisting! Y'all got handcuffs on me! Y'all is weak! Hey, you weak, homie? Hey, get the off me! Hey, let me just... Listen, bro, I'm not resisting. Y'all going to jail! Y'all is not built like that! I'm telling y'all, y'all not built like that. You weak! You weak, bro! Y'all put your hands on me! Y'all weak as bro! These man! I gotta go. I have to go. Hey, listen.
Cleo walks away from the scene for now, but they haven't seen the last of her.
I can't go nowhere. Oh, bro, man, you shut the up, bro. You weak. Y'all get in the gym.
As officers attempt to disperse the
Y'all need to
growing
get in the
crowd,
fucking
Cleo
gym,
makes a
he
sudden
said.
reappearance after circling the block.
Whoa, what's my boyfriend? I don't my blood sensors right here. My blood glucose sensors right there, so don't touch it. That's my boyfriend. Listen, we gotta get off the scene. No, but that's my boyfriend. Get off the scene. How can I wear cars right there? We'll walk into our car. Why would you do that for me? Stop.
She was here. They told her to go away, and she went around.
Oh my God, I'm diabetic. My blood glucose sensors right there. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm in so much pain! Y'all stop me! I didn't do it! It take 20. Y'all weak! It take 20. Oh my God! I didn't do anything! Y'all know I didn't! Hey, boo, move, bro!
What's up, Blue?
Bro? You're not gonna tell me. Hey, you're not gonna tell me to move. Hey, take that off. You ain't gonna tell me to take that off. You're not gonna tell me to take that off. Hey, I promise y'all, piece of. Take that off, bro.
As more people gather and begin to demand an explanation, officers learn that some of them are part of the same group traveling together.
What's going on? They got him close. Hold on, we're all what? Don't even know why they were arrested. But I'm saying, you trying to tell me that you're I'm not hype. I'm just saying, you trying to tell me don't worry about it. How does that sound?
The group is left without an answer as Fred is led away, while Cleo receives a pat-down at a nearby cruiser.
What the fuck?
I'm a DJ, please, my left wrist, please. I'm a DJ, please help me adjust this left wrist. That hurts so bad.
I'm gonna adjust it right now.
My boyfriend is in the Olympics. I was just here with my company that I work with. This one's
I'm diabetic. My bag to have my purse, please. My passport's in there. I'm going out. I have a vacation tomorrow. This first stop is Miami.
Yeah, J-Man's an OG Dylan. He's been around forever, just like you. I got a couple of y'all still kicking it with me.
I had to go tell them because our car is right there.
It doesn't matter. Obviously, you can't get your car right now, right?
Our car is parked right there.
Well, obviously, you can't
Our
get
car
it,
is
right?
parked. It's right there. It's parked.
Okay, good for the car, but you can't get it.
Just like how she
She didn't listen to me telling her to calm down. She's not listening to you.
Calm down when my boyfriend's getting detained.
Now you're getting arrested. Or you.
She's placed in the back of the vehicle, but continues shouting complaints about her handcuffs, prompting one officer to intervene.
Stop it, DJ!
Turn that way.
Please help me, Mom.
Okay, listen. I need you to calm down.
I've never been arrested.
Hey, that's it. There's no need for you to yell. I'm gonna help you out. Just calm down. You got it? Thank you.
Meanwhile, Fred is placed in a separate police cruiser, where his staggering height presents a challenge.
I can't fit in this. Good? No. Huh? Oh. Can you? Hold on. Take 20, bro. Take 30. You don't trust police, bro. Huh. There ain't no way, bro. Lord have mercy on my soul. I can't stand, man. Yo, bro. Father God, thank you for life, something blessed, Father God. Thank you for
Thank you,
everything.
Dylan. Hey, Dylan, if you have Venmo, next time you want to donate, you should use Venmo so I get it instantly. And YouTube takes 30% of everything, so. Just in case you do.
He's stronger than one of you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I recommend you, but I still do, like, you know, need paid on YouTube too, so it's either way it works, really. It doesn't matter.
We're from Africa.
Oh, that's cool. At least it took away the 30% as you did that. Because you did that and it said I got paid $4.13. Oh no, that's not that, is it? That's
Another day in Miami Beach.
okay, I see what it is. That's Canadian money. So it's $4.13 in Canadian money. I see now. That's interesting.
You're a celebrity.
What's up, Bree Nice?
Back up. And now we're keeping this as a scene, so you guys gotta back up.
Beat somebody up.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, we got it on camera.
Is it for certain that she has to go to jail? And we can handle it from there with this scene, or is it she may be released here? Based on
Not enough room for all these homies. Yeah, definitely not.
With that, the crowd begins to disperse, but not before leaving the officers with
You don't do online purchases?
So
Understood.
now that the black people are leaving, it's going to be peaceful, right? How's that? Wait, what's that tape? Oh, I said black people, I mean that. Nah, come on, bro.
Even Eric has Venmo.
Officers determined that Fred must be taken to a local
3:36
hospital
here
for
in hell.
evaluation,
I
given that he was
know.
tased. On the way,
Actually,
Fred
it's
has no shortage of
3:37,
opinion for how the incident was handled.
Whoever did that to me, they better get their coins right.
What'd they do?
I was going to my car. I thought somebody was towing my car.
Towing your car?
Yes, like the whatever you call them, the ATVs. And dude told me to move around like this is my car. Like why move around? This is my car. Don't make sense. But they coins right. That's all I'm saying. It took like 10 of them to try to contain me.
Oh.
When they go to the gym, I reconsider their job.
After he's medically cleared, Fred waits with several officers for transport to the local jail.
Listen, are you fool? You're that's the way it works, man. No, I'm saying that's just we treat you like that. If you're a nice guy, we'll have a conversation. Definitely understand. We get your job. Yep.
According to Miami-Dade County Court records, 29-year-old Frederick Fred Curley was charged with felony battery against a police officer, misdemeanor resisting without violence, and disorderly conduct.
Understood that, yeah.
With resisting an officer, a misdemeanor. Her next court hearing is on April 14th, 2025. Both cases are still ongoing.
Yeah, Dylan, thanks for being here.
Is that hard?
No,
I
that's,
haven't.
time check. Oh, oh my god.
Was she in there? Was she in there?
She was in there.
Oh.
Why the He parked on the tracks.
On the night of September 16th, 2022, officers from Fort Lupton and nearby Platteville respond to a 911 call regarding an incident of road rage in Weld County, Colorado. The caller claims a woman in a Toyota Tundra has been tailgating and antagonizing him in traffic, and allegedly even pulled a gun on him at one point as they
It
were
does
driving
give their
down Highway
name.
85.
Well, it depends on what your name is on there, because
The
it'll give your
officers rushed to
name.
catch up to the woman
But that's
before this
it.
highway altercation
It doesn't
can
give
spin
like
out of
an
control.
email or.
But some officers find it difficult to keep up.
But they do. They all sell data.
I'm
Exactly.
just gonna turn around, go back to my jurisdiction. There's a point.
So in this body cam, these cops apparently pulled over this person who was on train tracks, and the train started and it hit the car with the woman inside.
There's a point in this.
As one officer heads back to the station, two others finally catch up to their suspect. Sergeant Pablo Vasquez of the
I just
Platteville
realized I don't
Police
have a lighter
Department
anymore.
initiates the stop, while Officer Jordan Steinke of the Fort Lupton Police Department is the second one to arrive on
My lighter's
scene.
gone.
Neither of them seem to notice that Vasquez has parked his patrol car in a very dangerous
Oh,
spot.
Vasquez.
I'm right behind you, Vasquez. I'm going to your passenger side.
So the officer is on the train.
Driver, let me see your hand. Let me see your hands.
Another Fort Lupton police officer arrives on scene to provide backup.
Right behind you guys.
Nobody's noticing
that
they're on train tracks.
Hands are out the window this time.
Special 5346, she's out of the vehicle, hands are visible. Follows.
I'll hold you, help him cuff.
Yep.
Okay. You want to go to his side?
Hey,
Lift your hands up. Lift your hands up. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Put your hands up higher. I want you to set your phone down at the edge of your truck.
On your left.
You don't need it. You can leave it on. Come on back. Keep coming back. Keep your hands up. Keep coming back. Keep coming back to the sound of my voice. Keep coming back. Keep coming back. Keep coming back. Keep coming back. Stop right there. Get down on one knee and then the other.
I got cuffs.
Good.
Good? Keep your hands above your head.
Don't move.
They put her in the cruiser, and then she dies.
We'll explain everything in a second.
What Officer Steinke doesn't realize is that she's about to make a mistake that will change all of their lives forever.
Where are you taking me? We're taking you to the car. Why? What? Do you have anything on you that's going to poke me, stick me, hurt me?
No, ma'am, but can I please get my cell phone?
We'll get your cell phone in a second. Is there any weapons in the car?
No, ma'am, there's nothing on
There's no weapons in the car? Okay.
Anybody else in the car? Come on out. Do it now.
Ma'am, what's going on?
I'll tell you in a second. Take a seat.
I'm so confused. Can I get
Take a
my
seat.
cell
I will get your cell phone for you. Take a seat.
phone? Could you please bring my cell phone?
Nope.
Officer Steinke
She said, "I'll
closes
get your
the
cell
door on
phone
the
for you," and
suspect,
she
but
said, "We
somehow
please."
neither she nor Sergeant Vasquez noticed that the patrol car was parked in a compromising position.
It took her a long time to pull over.
I got a holster right here in the passenger seat.
Okay. It took her a very long time to pull over.
I'm going
Did you
to.
see her toss anything?
I she could have because it took her a long time to pull over.
Okay. I'm going to put my rifle away and I'll come back and help.
Sergeant Vasquez and Officer Steinke continue the vehicle search, noticing only too late the sound of approaching disaster.
Toss it out the window?
She could have out that window, but who is that Hart?
No, that's time check. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. Patrol car was hit by a train. Negative. I think we're all okay. Go ahead and get private.
The officers know they've witnessed the destruction of the Platteville patrol car, But it takes a moment for them to realize the true nature of this disaster.
Are you okay?
Was she in there?
Oh my God, yes she was. Dispatch 154-6, status medical emergent. The suspect was in the vehicle that was hit by the train.
Finally realizing that their mistake tonight has led to tragic consequences, the officers rush down the tracks to see if there's any chance that the woman in their custody has survived.
Oh God, with your waviness. What the fuck am I reading?
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Or reading? Well, I am reading it. It's subtitles. What the fuck? They just... What kind of idiot cops? That ass. I need my lighter. I don't know where my lighter is.
Is she
But...
conscious?
Oh my God, she's alive. Whoa. Imagine being the person who was just hit by a fucking train and survived.
Semi-conscious and moaning.
Yeah, you put her in a fucking vehicle, and then it got hit by a train.
It is that the woman is alive, despite the fact that she was handcuffed the entire time.
Crazy.
I'll get him off.
Let me just check the
But
dizzy.
the mangled steel will make it difficult to provide assistance to the woman, even for the EMTs arriving on scene.
She's
That's
conscious and
fucking
breathing. She can't
crazy.
talk, but she's moaning. Copy that. Just one? Just one. Copy that.
What's up,
She's
though,
one
baby?
unconscious?
No, I didn't.
Hello?
We got help here. She is suspicious.
Who is it? She was a felony menacing suspect. Put in the car.
Thank you,
While
love.
the
I appreciate
EMTs wait
you.
for tools that will get them
What's up,
inside
Ashley?
the
Just
car,
subscribed. You
the
some
officers involved
Thank
begin
you,
to
and
grapple
to you.
with the full ramifications of what just happened.
Are you okay? Hey, I love you, and I care about you. Go sit in my patrol car.
Oh my God, my foot's stuck.
Just take a deep
Hold
breath.
on, man. My foot is like wrapped up in like 3 cords right now. I can't believe they made that fucking mistake. How do you do
As
that?
Officer Steinke processes the horror of the last 10 minutes,
Yeah, I'm
a
having a pretty
Platteville
good
officer
night.
goes to speak to the other individuals
You have a good night
involved in
too,
the
X.
crash.
Are you the conductor?
Yes, sir.
All right, are you okay?
Yeah.
You surprised, huh? Yeah. Even responding to this, I'm a little shooken up.
We seen the lights when they were coming up. So we...
Yeah, you did. Because I said something about having Venmo and how YouTube takes 30%.
I never considered an emergency, but
Yeah.
we're going 50 miles an hour with 1,000 tons.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, I'm not going to bed. I was just saying goodnight because somebody said, or X
I
said,
think the
have a good night.
suspect,
And then,
the lady,
yeah. And I was like, have a good night. And then,
I think she's okay.
somebody said, are you having a good night? And I
While
was
the
like,
woman
yeah,
is
I'm having a
alive,
good night.
however,
Oh,
it remains to be seen if
never
she's
mind.
actually
Take it all
okay.
back.
Firefighters with heavy tools arrive on
I
scene
thought
to get
you.
her out of the
Okay,
vehicle while
I
Officer
see.
Steinke
Yeah, I
joins
see
the
now.
effort.
Whoops. Yeah. Yeah. Whoops.
She's so conscious. I don't know.
Lost in translation, literally.
The suspect has been removed from the vehicle, which gives the police a moment to realize that they don't know anything about the woman in their custody.
No, we have no idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Wasn't me.
With the woman
At
finally
all.
getting the emergency
I don't know
medical
what you're
treatment
talking
she needs,
about.
Officer Steinke's sergeant arrives on scene and immediately recognizes that she's in no shape to stay on duty.
All right, you're okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, damn, I forgot the letter.
Yeah, that's
Watching
really fine.
FBF files? No, I'm watching the Ooh body
CSP
cam.
needs it anyways.
Hers?
More than likely to figure out
These
positions of interest.
dumbasses fucking
Mine was parked on
put
the side of the tracks. Platteville was
like
directly
they
on the tracks.
park their like police cruiser on
How close were you to
a
the actual
like a
crash?
set of train tracks, and then
50 feet?
the train came by after they put
I'm gonna
the
have you go
perpetrator
south,
in the back of the car,
Go ahead and take her back, that's fine.
and the person was hit by the train
I'll make Brian like
but
whatever he layers.
survived.
If you're working on anything paper-wise that doesn't take any precedence, don't worry about it.
I don't know. I need to find my lighter though. Give me one
Officer
sec.
Steinke's
I
patrol
don't know
car
where it
will
is.
provide the clearest view of the train crash
It's
itself,
important.
and that horrifying footage will be shown in a moment.
I
For the
really
time
don't know
being,
where it
however,
could be. I'm not
Officer
gonna lie.
Steinke seems to realize that this could spell
Everything
the
got all
end of her
fucked up.
career.
Is he gonna take my gun? No. Why would they take you? Didn't shoot anybody, did you? No. Is it also hard to call?
They're gonna take my gun?
I was parked on the tracks.
It's not an unreasonable question, and it is perhaps one that Sergeant Vasquez himself is struggling with as he shares his version of what happened.
Hey, so I had a mishap
I
here.
hope she sues. She doesn't even know why she was arrested for it.
I know.
They didn't even tell her.
I had a prisoner inside.
So she was hit by a police cruiser. They didn't even question her. They just pulled her over and... Okay, that honking is too much. Thanks, I appreciate it. Guys, hang on one second. My lighter... There has to be a lighter somewhere. Okay, I found one. Good enough. That was fast. Fast as fuck. No, they were like... Oh, well, I don't know about that, but she got pulled over and she didn't pull over right away. So that's all I know. They didn't tell her why she was pulled over on cam, at least. Babe, you're cute. Thanks for slipping back in. It tasted like resin. The honking noise? There was a honking noise? I don't know if you heard anything. It was my kids the TV in there or some shit. I don't fucking know. A honking noise? Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's probably in there.
And it took the rear end of my car and it just...
Oh, it was that.
It just threw...
J-Man, remember he, like, doxed my shit about the doctor? So he got hidden from the channel. That's what it was. It's on the body cam video. Eric Love, are you still here? My baby. My lovey love.
Sergeant Vasquez is downplaying the extraordinary destruction of his vehicle. He also seems to distance himself from the mistakes made here tonight.
No, J-Man, I kicked him. I hid them. I hid Hong Kong because of that.
I didn't think the Lupin officer was going to appear in my car. I just didn't.
He, like, was on some weird stalker shit because he, like, memorized one of my appointments that I had written up there. And he put my initials with my appointment and everything. Hi, sweetie. Okay, then I'll restart it. Oh, it... Okay, well, it clicked out. Here, come get it. No, I'm not gonna marry you. What the fuck? What the fuck?
As insignificant as it may seem in light of the train crash, the police on scene still have an alleged incident to investigate, and they finally managed
You said
to
you couldn't
identify the woman
leave.
they pulled over.
I just need to find out who she is.
No, I didn't. It was in the home app.
You were that aspect of it.
Oh my god, guys.
Move around over there in the door.
Okay. That's her.
TSA, Federal Emergency Response Official.
The woman in their
Aw,
custody
Eric, did
is
you fall back
20-year-old
asleep?
Ureni Rios Gonzalez, a wife and mother who works for the Transportation Security Administration.
Here's your gun.
That's okay.
The officers find the firearm.
And he said the
but
same
priority
thing in
tonight
Access
has
chat.
shifted
He went into
dramatically,
Access
even
chat one
with the
day,
discovery.
and he was bitching to Eric in that chat about why I blocked him. And Eric was like, yeah, it was probably for a reason, because, you know, he knows I just don't block anybody for no reason. And, yeah.
It doesn't look like it.
The circumstances of tonight's crash are deadly serious by any standard, though one can't tell by the conversations at the scene.
And so he still remembered it, like,
Oh, yeah,
Oh my god.
like months later. He still remembered the time of my appointment and everything. It was super creepy. Glad I didn't go to the fucking appointment.
He might have.
This is a nice chill stream. Yeah, we just chill, vibe, talk, hang out, you know.
I mean, you did say that. Now she knows what it feels like.
But when the conversations
That's
turn
so
to Ureni
funny.
specifically, the officers seem to at least believe that she'll be okay.
Your vehicle is part of the crash scene. Same with Jordan's. So just don't move it. Keep your dash cam rolling. We'll keep their deal going. But unfortunately, even if a double twister tornado runs through town, ripping up babies, you're stuck here. How bad did this custody look? Like
physically, she didn't look like there was
You want me to time you out for 10 seconds to hide what? To hide your messages? Yeah, I can do that. If that's what you mean. But yeah, it is weird,
I think
dude.
she's gonna be alright.
Yeah, we heard a little bit from EMS, and
The fact that she was awake and
I think she'll live. But I think she's gonna have a hard time.
How long am I streaming for? I don't know, probably a little while.
The Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
I've already been
later
on for like an
classified
hour,
Ureni as
so
having suffered serious
I usually
bodily
stay on for a
injuries
good
from
bit of
crash.
the
And
day,
Ureni's lawyer would tell the
night.
media
Well,
that his client
night. It
lost
really
teeth,
depends
suffered
on
a
if I
broken
stream
arm,
much during the
multiple
day.
broken ribs, and a traumatic brain injury. Her mother would start a GoFundMe page to raise funds for the expenses. Soon, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation arrives on scene to handle the crash inquiry, and their agents see the devastation for the first time.
can you imagine sitting in that car with your hands tied behind your back?
seeing the train coming?
Seeing the train coming?
No. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Despite the extraordinary circumstances, however, there are still two separate investigations to conduct.
I want to probably interview her as a victim or this part, and you're going to be interviewing her as a suspect on the other part, so we may want to do that separately, actually.
Okay.
She might not remember anything. She may not.
Yeah.
She very well may not, and it may be something where she starts remembering later
Yeah,
on.
I'm not gonna restart.
Yeah. But,
I restarted the
I'll
other
check
one,
on her
but
tomorrow and see if they'll see what it sounds like.
Whatever Ureni may or may not remember, however, will be left a mystery for the time being, as the police realize the next day when they pay a visit to the hospital.
So, she was awake a little earlier and declined talking to anybody right now.
Okay, can I hear that from her though? Because I kind of need to know, like, personally from her.
Yeah, I can. You can stand over the door. I can leave that. And there's somebody there that wants to talk to you. I just say, what are you telling her that you don't want to talk right now? Or do you want to talk right now?
Okay.
Thank you.
Later, Ureni's lawyer would inform police.
that's
that his client
awesome.
would
Well,
not
thanks
be
for finding my
speaking to law
channel. Thanks for
enforcement
being
about the
here.
incident. Her lawyers would also claim that the man involved in the road rage incident was brake checking Ureni in traffic, and their client was, quote, afraid for her life. To the investigators on scene that night, however, the focus is on the train crash. And as the officer who backed up Officer Steinke and Sergeant Vasquez in the stop describes his role in the chaos, footage from Officer Steinke's dash
Guys,
cam
make sure to
provides
hit
a
that like
shocking view of
button.
the collision.
I was behind her car, which used to be right there, in front of mine. Mine's that Explorer. She was parked right in front of me. I was about
They
behind
just
her
keep
vehicle, thinking the custody was in hers.
almost got attacked.
And
It's a
I
moth.
saw the train, and I started to make a step because I saw that the
I don't know
custody
where
was
it went, or
not
I
hers.
would get
Tried to
him.
make a step towards trying to get her out. Knew I didn't have time. Yelled for you guys to stay back, and that was it.
As extraordinary as the dashcam view of the crash is, the
We
scene
have
is somehow even
fucking
more
moth,
frantic from the
like a
officer's
moth
body
thing in
cam
our
video.
fucking dryer chute. We need to put mothballs in that. I need to talk to them about that tomorrow. Cause fuck moths, bro. They be coming in through that bitch. And it's in our laundry room,
Officer
so they
Jordan
like
Steinke was found
they
guilty of
stay in there
reckless
because of the
endangerment and
clothes.
third-degree
They'll
assault
want to
charges
stay in there.
July
They don't. We kill them, of
2023,
course.
and
And
sentenced to 30
it's just
months
fucking
probation
annoying. I
and
don't know where
100
he went,
hours
or I
of
would get
community
him now.
service. Sergeant Pablo
Fuck
Vasquez
moths,
pleaded
bro.
guilty to reckless endangerment and received a sentence of 1 year of unsupervised probation. Both officers were fired from their respective departments. While reports claim that Urini will battle with the physical and emotional impacts of the collision for the rest of her life, she doesn't seem to have lost her sense of humor. According to court documents,
Okay, sorry guys, I'm back. Darn, Eric must have fell asleep again. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm back. No.
Gonzalez won an $8.5 million.
These cookies are weird. Yeah, I'd let homie hit the bowl. Actually, it depends on if they're a dude or girl. If it's a girl, they can hit the bowl.
You know the train's come by right now, right? No, I know. That's why I'm trying to get better. How much did you? A little bit.
No. You're trying to get me fucking kicked off YouTube. Fuck that.
Yo, chill out, bro.
When police in Maitland, Florida come upon a Lamborghini on the
You are my
railroad
favorite.
tracks,
Open this.
they don't need their best detectives to figure out that something has gone awry. But they quickly realize that the driver of this vehicle is none other than the son of basketball legend Michael Jordan.
Get one.
Are you like
Please know that all
You want a muffin?
persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. At a little past 1 o'clock in the morning on February 4th,
No, just get
2025,
one.
officers with the Maitland Police Department come upon an unusual and dangerous
No,
sight.
get a
A
muffin.
car has veered off the highway and got stuck on the railroad tracks.
I know.
The situation
You need
poses
my
a
help?
significant threat to those in the car, as well as the
I
officers.
did it.
Careful, don't drop it.
Yeah, we're trying to. My car's a little stuck right now. I see that. What happened? How'd you get on the track, man?
Make sure you close it.
Reverse this thing out. Well, hang on. You are stuck. You know the train's come by right now, right? No, I know. That's why I'm trying to get the out of here. Your car ain't going nowhere, dude. You're buried. You're stuck on the track. I need you guys out of the car because there is a train coming right now.
What the?
So then let me pull up. You can't move.
You're not going to be able to move it. Just get out of the car.
You can't. You're buried. You're buried, bro. You can't go nowhere. You're buried. But there's a train
At least to the
less than 5 minutes away. All right, so then, you want to get hit by a train? You think I want to get hit by a train? No, that's what I'm saying. Get out of the car so we don't get hit, so we can get off this thing.
Baby, try to the right.
All right, get out of the car. Do you see what I'm saying? This car ain't going nowhere.
This is bad.
I mean, that's what I said. It ain't going nowhere. We can't help you with that. We got some there. We're notifying them to see if they'll stop, but they got one coming from Sanford, and it's. I mean, I feel like we got 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 of this guy. My concern is us.
I mean, the concern is this $300,000 vehicle. I would like to just, like, put it out the way.
Let's start trying.
Tow trucks, we don't need a tow truck. We just need, can I get some manpower to push?
Okay, first of all, no, because I'm not getting you back behind the wheel. But the reason why, so,
do me a favor, keep your hands out of your pocket.
Yeah. Keep your hands in your pocket.
There's nothing in my pocket. I'm Marcus Jordan. I'm Michael Jordan's son. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just trying to get home. And I made a wrong turn. Okay? And clearly, we would just like to get our car off the train track.
It's
Which
true.
we were not trying to be on.
Well, we got a tow truck on the way.
It's Michael Jordan's son.
Really need a tow truck? I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 of us. We can't push this thing in reverse and get it off the track. No? The quicker we can move the better, right?
I'm telling you, we cannot push this car off the track. There's no possible physical way in this universe.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
But,
Well, you have more than right to disagree with me, okay?
I mean, I'm just saying, if there's 6 of us, and we throw this thing in reverse.
Well, I've already got concerns for your level of impairment anyways, okay? So that's why. Because I can smell alcohol coming from you, and you're on train tracks. Okay? So
Come on, man.
just listen to me. That's why I don't want you back behind the wheel anyways, okay?
I'm fine behind the wheel. I just would like to get my car out of this.
We'll deal with that after this, okay? But that's why I had to get you out of the car, okay? Because I hear spinning tires, I hear slurred speech from you, you're driving on train tracks.
I'm not slurring anything, and
Okay. I'm letting you know. I have concerns.
I appreciate your concern.
Yeah, I don't want to.
But I am not inebriated. I'm not familiar with this area. I made a right. I thought I was making a right onto the highway. I made a right onto train track.
What did you turn at, man?
I wish I could tell you, but
you're way down the train track. That's what I'm saying. It's not like you just turned.
we're not way down the train tracks. We made a right and another right.
Man, bro, you can't get the car off, and we're not pushing it. Okay? So I'm letting you know that. All right?
I mean, I could definitely get this car off if you gentlemen would like to help me.
I told you, we're not pushing a car off of train tracks like this, and I'm not getting you back behind the wheel until I know that you're safe enough to operate it.
Okay, so what do I have to do to show you that I'm safe enough to operate it?
Well, I'm going to ask you to do field sobriety exercises in a minute, but I'm going to read you your Miranda rights first. You're not under arrest.
I know that. I know I'm not.
So the reason why I have to
I shouldn't be. If I know anything, I'm pretty sure that nobody's going to get hit tonight.
Okay.
Right? My main objective is to just, like, get my car back on the road. And so that's all I would like to do. But I understand you guys have a job to do. Like, I'm not trying to interfere with that. I respect all of that. 3, 4 of us can easily move this
this way, then there's a big opening where.
Yes, I'm open to any ideas you guys have.
At last, the cops convinced them to move away from the railroad tracks. And if Marcus is unhappy to leave his Lamborghini behind, he'll be even less pleased with what the officer says next.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to be doing an investigation on him right now. Okay, that's about alcohol, slurred speech.
In my opinion, I'm not slurring any speech, sir.
So,
whatever you have to do,
that's what I said. If you're willing to talk to me about it,
I'm talking to you.
Field sobriety exercises and all that, no problem.
I mean, if that's what we have to do, then we have to do that. I mean, I apologize. The least thing,
You have agreement
the last thing I
to-
wanted to do was put my car on the tracks. Obviously, it's a $330,000 car. And now I was just trying to get home, and I got a little discombobulated, apparently, because I thought that this was going to cut me on the street, but clearly I'm on the
railroad track instead, huh?
Right?
Follow it with your eyes.
I am.
Don't use your peripherals. I want you to
No,
stare at my picture.
I see it. I'm following.
All right.
Yeah.
Then why are you looking at me? No, I want you to
Because
stay
I
looking
see
at
you
my
when your finger stops. So
keep your eyes on it. All right. So you're gonna grab some tape and have you walk on the line. Okay? Do you feel comfortable in those shoes? You able to walk on them?
I'm comfortable as I feel great.
What did I tell you to begin here? Take 9 heel toe steps down the line.
What the fuck, bro?
So then one, here's the turn, Come on, man. Like, what the When I tell you you're going to raise 1 foot 6 inches off the ground like this. Sure. You're going to look at your raised foot. You're going to count out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, your arms down by your side. 7, 8, 9, 10, 21. Listen, we restart. We can go ahead and stop. Scale from 0 to 10, 0 be completely sober, 10 being falling down drunk. Where would you put yourself at? Where would I put myself at? 3. 3? Yes. Okay. Alright. Put both hands back. I believe you have too much of this thing. Okay. Just let you know. Okay.
I disagree with that, sir, but whatever you say.
As they walk him to the car in handcuffs, it quickly becomes clear that putting Marcus under arrest is only the beginning of a very long night.
I'm following y'all. Y'all walk, and I'll follow.
Walk on your own and help you walk.
I'm walking. I'm not pushing. I am a normal person. Man, what is y'all? This is crazy. You're disrespecting me.
Come on, hold this from out.
To a small degree, you guys are disrespecting me. Man, what a Monday night. It's ridiculous. I pull on off. You want to see my dick? You want to check under my nuts too?
No, not really.
Go ahead.
Really
I feel like you might be.
No,
I feel like you might be.
Where is that?
I don't know. The way you searching.
Yeah, we gotta search everybody's name.
Nah, you can check under there. It's just a big dick and some big balls, bro. Yeah, receipts I paid for in the city. Like, what the I didn't do anything, man. I made a wrong.
You're arrested.
But I'm not drunk.
All right, take a seat.
Number one. My opinion is different. One question. You can ask me one question, I'll answer it, and then I want you to sit down. What's up? I just want to understand why y'all are treating me as if I did something criminal.
Because I think you have driving under the influence.
But I'm not.
So I've answered your question. Now please sit down and I'll answer more questions. Please sit down.
I got nothing else, bro.
All right.
Well, hold on. Can I sit down?
Sit down.
Yo.
Sit down.
Sit down. Yo, chill out, bro. You chill out. Hold on.
Stop kicking.
Yo, can I ask my girlfriend a question?
Don't do that again.
Relax.
Sit down.
Relax.
Seat in the car.
Relax. Can I ask my girlfriend a question or no? Oh, wow. Okay. All right. What's your name?
Officer Marino, badge number 183.
There's a baggie with powder. I was gonna grab the wife to
The boring Monday night. Now y'all have some. It's gonna be on the bar. Have some beers after.
Bring it here. What's up, Awakened Soul? How are you? What's up, AOG?
Any questions? Is that right?
Thank you for your service. Thank you for protecting our country.
Thank you for your support.
Well, and like you said, I mean, I appreciate the apology for making a wrong turn, but we gotta make sure everybody's safe to drive.
You brought in Marcus Jordan.
Is Marcus Jordan are you like popular or something? No.
No, exactly.
I don't act like you don't know who you are, man. You never mentioned it.
Dude, turn this up. I like the song.
Marcus isn't getting the recognition he seems to want from the cops, so he turns his attention to the driving beat of Survivor's Eye of the Tiger.
Nah, we can't go any more louder. I gotta listen to the radio.
Well, no matter what I say, you always tell me to stop talking.
Sir, I didn't tell you to stop talking. I obliged with everything you asked me to do.
No. We got the car.
You made the assumption, which was a wrong assumption, that I was too impaired to drive. All I did was make a turn down the wrong street, thinking I was going to get back to the highway. It was a mother
Hang on. Okay, let's listen to this. I'm finishing my salad. There's only a couple bites.
Slow it down. Do you feel comfortable in a car that stopped on the tracks? That was that. So that's the flag. White one. Get back on the street. There was no pushing that one, man. He dug it deep. That dying probably. Yeah. Y'all couldn't help me. No, not if I think you're impaired. I wasn't impaired, sir. I'm not impaired. And I'm talking to you sober. I wouldn't have you in handcuffs if I believed yourself. Yeah, I disagree with you. You have the right to do that. I was a white mother. That was the CEO of some bull ass company out there. Arrested you just when I've been handcuffed. Oh, yeah. You keep saying you're a big target. Are you a celebrity or something? Then I don't know who you are. So don't ask. You keep bringing it up, man. That's why I'm asking. That's all. You know. Act like you don't know. But it's cool. We'll find out tomorrow. Okay? We'll find out tomorrow.
As Marcus waits for the officers to recognize his celebrity status, he encourages them to crank up the radio on another 80s hit, Owner of a Lonely Heart.
I got to sing it. Free yourself. Y'all both white, right? Yeah, I already spit. Exactly. You realize that nobody else is not racist except you, right? Bring up what the I want to bring. It's a free country, right? I'm just letting you know. I want nothing against. I can say what I want, but if I was a white man, if I was the CEO at Morgan & Morgan, I'd arrest you too. How y'all quiet? What? Cameras in here? There's been cameras the whole time. I know. Why y'all quiet now? Everything I say, you turn back against me, bud. I'm not turning. We're not turning back against you. Name one thing. Told me to be quiet when you got it. Told you to be quiet with it. Right when we got in the car. Told me to shut up. And then everything I say, talk about race. I didn't say it's about race, but I did say if I was a. As soon as somebody brings up race, I'd be quiet because that's not what I'm about. Alright? Bulls. And that's exactly the reason why. How about this? Can I call Bulls?
Oh god, we have another Russian. I'm surprised Derek's not
According
back
to
in
the
here.
arrest affidavit, the officers who came upon Marcus on the tracks were told that the same car had allegedly fled from an attempted traffic stop only a few minutes earlier. The affidavit also states that officers tested the white powdery substance, and it tested positive for cocaine. Marcus Jordan was allegedly transported to the Orange County DUI Center, where he refused to take a breathalyzer test and bonded out later that day. According to court records, Jordan has been charged with 1 count of driving under the influence.
Um, police chase ends with 2 officers
What's your name?
facing felonies.
Step out of the car. What were you stuffing down there? Step out of the car. No. Get out of the car. He's taking off. You get out. Get your gun out as soon as you get out of the car. You understand? Shut up! Shut up! Put your hands up! I'll shoot you, motherfucker!
When Michigan police respond to a domestic violence call in the pre-dawn hours of a Sunday morning, they don't anticipate how far the uncooperative suspect will go to escape the law.
He just tried to hit one of us.
The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now.
Yo, what's
Please
up?
note that all
Hang on,
persons
guys.
charged
What a sexy ass chair. Yeah, it's a hot one, huh? Sorry, I had to run and use the bathroom. That's the second time my dad's been in the bathroom. Careful, you're gonna knock that stuff over. And you're gonna be upset. Sexy ass chair. Damn, that's crazy. So I maintained over 30 people while I was gone, and now they're all gonna leave. Guys, make sure to hit that like button while you are here. That's my cute baby. Open the window. Bro, I didn't take a shit. What? I see it. Damn, did I miss Eric? Fucking sad. Okay, let's listen to this.
Innocent unless and until proven
Thank you,
guilty in a
J-Man.
court
I
of
appreciate
law.
you.
In the early
I
morning
just saw your
hours of
message for some
February
reason.
25th, 2024, officers in Sterling Heights, Michigan respond to a 911 call from a young girl claiming her
Sorry.
Good morning. What's up? Hey, everybody.
Good.
He just left in a blue car. I don't know if y'all seen him.
See blue car? I see.
He drove in there. Yeah, he gone.
So what happened tonight?
I was asleep and he ripped my shirt off and he just started fighting her for no reason because she was asleep.
And who is it? Who is it to you?
My kid dad.
Your kid's dad? So was he sleeping in bed with you?
No, I was sleeping on the couch.
Okay. And was he here tonight? Where is he sleeping?
I don't know if he was asleep, but he was here. Yeah,
He was here and he just came out
fighting. Yeah.
and started grabbing on you?
Yeah, I was here.
What did he do to you?
He ripped my shirt off. And he hurt and hit her in the nose. He was drinking.
The woman's boyfriend is 36-year-old Gary Young, and the officers soon learn that there is much more to the story of what happened here this morning.
Was he choking you?
He choked me. We were standing right there. So he shut the up.
And then he put his hands around you?
Yeah.
Around your throat?
Yeah, right here.
One hand, two hands?
One.
Did you ever lose the ability to breathe?
No.
Were you ever in fear for your life?
No.
Is that dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was trying to grab her.
He was just trying to move her. He wasn't trying to sit there. He was just trying to move her. Okay. So was he upset he wasn't getting intercourse tonight? Is that what it was? Probably was. Okay. He's never done anything like this before?
No.
As the police inside ask questions, K-9 officer James Sribniak notices a blue car go by the house that matches the description of what Gary is driving. Together with several other officers, he follows the car and makes the stop.
Blue Compass 15 and Maple Lane.
Gary quickly pulls over into an apartment complex, but if this would seem to suggest that he'll be cooperative, the police are about to find out that nothing could be further from the truth.
Put your hands out the window. Put your hands out the window. Put your hands out the window.
Put your hand, quit reaching around. Put your hands out the window. What were you stuffing down there? What is all alone? What's your name? What I do? What's your name? What's the problem? Step out of the car. Step out of the car. What's the problem? Step out of the car. Oh, for what? What's your name? Oh. Step out of the car. What were you stuffing down there? Step out of the car.
Nothing. What?
It's gonna turn into a chase. Step out of the car. Well, what? Give me your ID. Get out of the car.
As Gary repeatedly ignores the
Damn.
officer's commands, it's not long before the tension reaches a breaking point.
I did miss
Quit
Eric.
reaching around.
I'm not giving you on nothing.
Stop reaching around.
Call your cars.
21. 1 uncooperative. Here, watch out. 21, you guys need it. He's taking off.
Hi, Alpha. Good to see you.
Right. Back tires
Thanks
flat.
for being
Gary
here.
races around the other side
My
of the
night's
parking
going
lot to
okay.
make an audacious escape, only a few feet away from a nearby officer.
I'm just hanging out right now watching this video.
He just tried to hit one of us.
News of this shocking development makes its way back to the house, where Officer Jack Curry is still with the victim.
Yes, thank you. Hey, Kelly.
21, be advised, he was stuffing the stuff under the seat. Just be advised, he's probably
Oh, I want to post the thing about the giveaway
that tire's starting to go.
in this stream. Let me post that real quick.
He's on the rim on that rear tire, swerving all over the place. We're still eastbound, speeds of 90, passing haze.
Gary is considerate enough to use his turn signal as the chase continues, giving Officer Sribniak a chance to warn his dog, who will play a major role in this conflict before the morning is through.
Hang on, Dusty.
I'm having a giveaway for people who are who donate. Like people who donate $10 or more, they get
Gary soon
entered
reaches
in my
the
giveaway.
I-94 on-ramp, but his attempt
Like
to
everybody
jump
who
on the
donates
interstate
gets entered in
results
my
in the
giveaway,
most
$10
intense
more.
moment of the chase yet.
They get entered in my giveaway that I'm doing when I either reach 8,000 subs or 10,000 subs. Not really sure which one we're gonna do. But I figured I'd go ahead and start it since I said I would do it when I hit 5,000 subs, but not enough people did it, so it was only like a few.
Still trying to get away here.
So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get like the people who do, and within this 5,000 subs, we're starting the giveaway now, but we're like gonna keep list of people. I mean, yeah, if you donated $400, every $10 is a donation, or it's not every $10 is a entry. So like, say you donate like $30, that's 3 entries for you. But yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's just more entries.
After a 13-mile chase across the city, Gary's flight from the police winds down, but the end of the pursuit is just the beginning of a fierce showdown.
I thought I had a thing that I posted in the mod section about it, but I guess I didn't. Let me see something. Okay, I see it.
Dog coming through!
Copy. Damn. Okay, I did post it.
Stop touching up your arm, dude. Yeah, you are. Stop.
Damn.
After nearly 2 minutes of struggle, the police secure their suspect in handcuffs. As they march Gary to a patrol car, the officers check on each other's well-being.
Good?
Yeah. You alright? Yeah, I broke my hand. We'll see. You alright? Come here. Nice job, buddy. Good job. You okay?
But if the police seem to be more or less intact following the arrest, the same can't
Okay,
necessarily
that's-
be said for Gary.
A dog been here. I know. I'm out there. I call my lawyer. Well, you
Yeah, you can call your lawyer in jail.
Yeah, I will. Black right. Black right. I will.
I'm gonna remove these, okay?
I ain't worried about. I got a lawyer.
That's good.
Y'all is not about to beat on me either. I swear to God.
You guys got attacked? Oh, you know.
No, I got attacked.
Listen, I'm gonna need you.
Oh wait, I worded that weird.
I don't do that with handcuffs on.
This way.
Turn that way. Come on, man. Let's play games. We play enough games.
I'm turning to the side, man.
Act like an adult.
What you
I
have?
am acting like an adult.
Turn
Bro,
that way.
I can't. No, that. All right.
All right. Do you feel like there's anything else on your chest, probe-wise? Because I don't see any other ones.
No, it's on the side of my hip.
He's got by my side of your hip.
I didn't say nothing about my chest.
Is it like,
I said my hip. Down here.
subscribe?
I'm bleeding. It hurt. It's hurt.
I don't see any other probes.
All right, man, whatever. Bro, my hurting. I'm not telling you. You let the dog bite me. Mother.
Get back in.
What you talking about? Nick?
Jeez.
Yeah, that's all.
Gary may be irate about his arrest, but the officer seems satisfied that it was a job well done.
Everyone backed off, and I placed him on a bike because he wasn't giving up. I don't think it was alive.
I don't know how many times they still.
There we go. That's much better.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. He wasn't stopping. He definitely wasn't stopping.
The smiles
What's up,
and
Mike
laughs
B?
don't necessarily extend to Gary, however.
I'm just trying to ask a question.
Okay, what do you want?
I'm just trying to see what it is.
No, we're listening to body cam footage together, but I'm not really a dumb H Travis, but okay.
No.
With their suspect tucked away, the officers search the vehicle, and although the car isn't registered to Gary Young, they find a few interesting items inside.
Got some pepper spray over here. Oh, what the that is? That's filled with liquid.
That's weird.
It's probably some like weird herbal that was in from whoever actually owns the car. It's one way to up somebody's car that's not yours.
You're not gonna be happy about that.
The officers decide to take Gary straight to jail and let the office staff there decide whether he should go to the hospital for his injuries. On the way, Gary questions his charges.
Domestic violence?
Yeah. Put your hands on the woman.
Well, you could have told us your side of the story, but instead you ran, and then you resisted arrest, and then you assaulted a police officer. So right now, domestic violence is just the misdemeanor, and you're being charged with 3 additional felonies.
Oh, sorry.
You kicked my partner in his face. It's all on body cam. Okay, well, when you get a lawyer, he can FOIA that footage.
Gary's skepticism about his charges is second only to his outrage over the way he was arrested.
Y'all knew that dog was crazy.
Dog was crazy?
You don't like the dog? Yeah.
Well, I can't ask the dog if he's crazy or not.
Look, y'all could have stopped me.
Well, you could have stopped resisting.
Beat me on my side of my hip.
In the side of your what?
My hip.
Oh, that's probably the nicest place to get bit.
What?
That's probably the nicest place to get bit.
Think it's funny.
No, really, I wouldn't.
Your piece hanging out there.
You probably wanted to get bit there.
You ain't out of here. You a sergeant? You ain't no sergeant. You probably ain't get there in a couple years. Weak as hell.
Hey, just so you know, Just so you know, a little piece of information for you. You can't go back to your house.
I don't care.
Okay.
Houses.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
At last, they arrive at the jail, where Officer Curry tells the staff what to expect from Gary, whose toxicology report, according to police, shows his blood alcohol level at twice the legal limit.
He just ran and fought with us, and now he's saying all the, oh, wait until these handcuffs come off and all that. So, what's his name? Gary? Gary. Doesn't even matter, yeah.
Gary doesn't put up a fight, however, and it's decided before long that he should go to the hospital to get his injuries checked out.
So in Germany it's medical only.
Just like that. Yes, yeah. Take two pictures. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. Get close. I thought he was arrested. That's not on him or anything. That's not right. Nobody. I should have shot.
Though originally facing 8 charges, including domestic violence, 36-year-old Gary Young pled guilty to only 3. Fleeing and eluding, operating while intoxicated, and resisting arrest. The other charges were dismissed, and Gary was sentenced to 30 days in jail, impulse control classes, 60 days of community service, and 3 years of probation.
They punched me and beat me. I ain't do to them officers. I never kicked no dog, no nothing. Put it on tape. Let me see it.
In October 2024, the Michigan Attorney General filed charges against Sterling Heights officers Jack Curry and James Sribniak for their role in Gary Young's arrest, saying, quote, "Deploying a canine on a suspect already on the ground and well surrounded by officers is not only horrific, but illegal. Both officers are facing 2 felony charges of misconduct in public office and assault with a dangerous weapon. Their cases are still ongoing."
Damn. Yeah, he was on the ground and they sent the dog after him already. And he was on the ground. Hazley, what are you eating? She found chicken. Oh no.
What's your
She's
name?
not eating the floor.
Step out of the car. What were you stuffing down there?
Chicken, buddy. Okay, what do you guys... What do you guys want to listen to? Good morning, Sticky Butts. How are you? Well, they discovered an Enoch.
So we got a
That's
situation.
crazy.
We got a situation. Now, for the life of me, I don't understand. The title says cops stumbled on a house of dead bodies. How do you stumble upon that? That's number one. You know what I mean? And then staring at this door and this setup. This could be any one of our neighbors, bro. I see doors and setups like this all the time. This looks like just a regular house that could be in anybody's neighborhood. That alarms me, bro. That alarms me. But
We can make time.
let's get to it.
That's what I've been doing.
This is Enoch Police Department patrol officers, Officer Humphreys and Officer Roy, responding to a welfare call at a house in Enoch, Utah. They're on the lookout for 40-year-old Torsha Haight. She's in the middle of a divorce and hasn't turned up for an online appointment. The person who she was supposed to have this appointment with ended up contacting the police because they believe that something may have happened to her as a result of the divorce. When the officers arrive at the scene, they receive no response, but feel that something is amiss. When they finally make entry, their fears become a reality.
Phoenix City Police Department. Anybody else? We got another one deceased right here.
afternoon of January 4th, 2023, the Enoch Police Department received a call from an unnamed woman who told dispatch that someone known to her, Torsha Haight, had missed an online appointment. Although only an hour had passed, the caller explained that she couldn't get in touch with her via other means. Usually that wouldn't have been a cause for concern, but the thing was, Torsha was going through a divorce with her soon-to-be ex-husband, Michael. The marriage had been on the rocks for a while leading up to the call because Michael had been abusive towards Torsha and allegedly to their eldest daughter, Macy. Given the circumstances, the fact that Torsha had explained to the person who eventually called police that she didn't feel safe in Michael's presence and that she had to live in the same house as him until they divorced because he refused to move out.
Bro, it's starting to seem like divorces need to come with some type of court order of protective custody. It seems like when you go to file for divorce, at that point, police need to say, okay,
My day was alright.
Don't go back to the house, or you have family that you can go stay with, protect yourself for a while. Because we're seeing this an awful lot here lately. And maybe it's always, the numbers have always been high in these situations, but I feel like I'm seeing it now, more so now than ever, that it seems like these women are filing for divorce, and then something's happening to them. It's usually pointing to the person they're filing a divorce from.
It meant that harm may have not only come to Torsha, but her oldest daughter Macy as well. So it's to no surprise that the call was made.
Hi, Katie, who is going through a divorce and was going to go back to her home last night. They had to do some paperwork. And I'm a little bit concerned. We were supposed to, we had an appointment scheduled, but she missed. She doesn't ever miss appointments. Is there any way I can set up to do a well check at her home?
Okay, and you said she was supposed to go back home last night, was it?
Yeah, she was away with her parents for like a week, I think, with the kids, and was going to go home last night as they had some divorce paperwork. But I know that she was a little bit concerned for her safety that way, and I just want to make sure she's okay. I can't get her by phone or email, and it's not like her to miss an appointment. It's only been an hour. It's not even yet. It's been an hour. But
okay, did her and her ex still live together?
Yeah, yeah, that was what the situation was. He was refusing to leave the home, and that's what the paperwork was. She was going to file paperwork to get him out.
Okay, she said that he.
And I hope and pray that those other bodies weren't the children, because this fool could have snapped and did something to everyone in the house. Everyone in the house. Now, at the same time, we don't know who the bodies were. It could be her who snapped and did everybody in the house. That seems less likely with the situation, but you can't rule it out. So we got to see what's happening here. This is a weird one.
You specifically that she was concerned for her welfare about going home?
Yeah, she had some concerns about that, and I had some concerns just from talking to her, too. I was encouraging her not to do that, but I'm not sure what she decided, but I know her plan was to go home.
Okay, why is she concerned?
He has had some violent tendencies in the past, and I believe CPS has been involved, and I actually believe she came and spoke to police department a couple weeks ago to let her know this divorce was upcoming, just because she didn't really trust him.
Okay, and you said she missed an appointment today. Was that like an appointment for you guys to meet up together, or?
Yeah, I'm actually out of state. Otherwise, I would probably check on her myself. But
okay.
We had a time we were going to meet. We're going to do a video chat.
Okay. And here, do you know by chance, in the past, like, can you explain to me like how he was violent? Was it just?
I know they had a well check with CPS down there. It was with one of the kids. He just has anger issues.
Okay. Do you know if drugs or alcohol are a factor?
No drugs or alcohol, no.
Okay. And do you know if there are any weapons involved?
I've been talking about that. There are firearms in the house. I think they're locked up. I was actually encouraging her to get those out and turn them into you, because I knew in Utah you could do that. I used to practice. I know they had guns, but she thought they were safe, locked up, because I was trying to ask if he would have access to those. But I don't know what happened that way. I'm actually thinking he might still have access to those. But they are at least locked up, in their house. But I think he has access to open the lock. I'm sorry, don't mean to be confusing about that.
Okay. And then
It's safe from the kids getting to them.
What I'm also seeing a lot is there's no plan. Like, a lot of people get to the divorce, filing for divorce, and maybe what they're gonna do after their divorce, but it's no plan for the in between, the back and forth, the friction, the tension, the turmoil, the all of that, all of that in between, getting from the divorce being filed to the divorce being granted and everything happening. There's no plan in between. Like, are you gonna, okay, when you file for the divorce, you know this is gonna anger the other person if they're a violent person and you know that. Okay, what are you gonna do in the meantime, in between time, until they get that person out of the house and you have a way to set up your safety for you and your kids? What are you gonna do in between then? Are you gonna go stay with your parents? Have you spoke to them about it? You need to have a plan in place. Like, a lot of people just be freestyling this. No, not these days. You need to have a plan. Cars in the driveway, plus the truck over
I have
there.
no idea what you're saying to me. I'm just gonna let you know that now.
Activity, no response with them.
No clue. What's up, Vicus?
Like, yeah. If I was them, I would have been on edge as well. Like, something don't feel right. How with this one? We need to get some more people here.
These people said come out to Hurricane. Laverkin, maybe? Laverkin Hurricane? If there's anybody else in town. I'll have someone go by it.
It appeared as if no one was in. No noise could be heard from the property. Just as officers were about to discuss what to do next, they got a call from the Cedar City Police.
Yeah, chat's English only. This is why, because we don't know what y'all are saying. Clearly, you speak English, K-Rain, because you be speaking it.
What isn't clear is if they
Keep
were
it
aware
English,
of the
please.
allegations made against him. With this new information on board, officers Roy and
Or
Humphreys
Spanish when Eric's
became
here,
even
but
more
he's not
concerned.
here.
So they decided that they should try and get in touch with other immediate members of the Haight family, their children. 12-year-old Briley, 7-year-old twins Sienna and Eamon, or 4-year-old Gavin. So they reached out to the school district, but there was an issue. The administrator told them that for some reason, only Briley was showing up on their system, and it showed that she wasn't present at school. After the call was made...
That's what I was afraid of. Oh my gosh. I was hoping that some of those bodies in there wasn't the kids. Was not the kids. And if I had to guess,
Yeah,
he's gonna be
not
laid
at
up
all.
in there too. Like, maybe he did it and then turned him.
Yeah, he
turned
won't
on
lead us
himself.
in the wrong direction.
I
He's
was
very
hoping
fluid.
that, hoping. hoping that wasn't the case.
Made, Officer Roy had to leave the scene due to a prior obligation, leaving Officer Humphreys to try and figure out what on earth was going on. Over the course of the next hour or so, he tried various methods in order to make contact with the family, but failed in his endeavour. So he reached back out to Officer Roy and asked him if he knew of any family friends that he could contact to A, try and get hold of any of the family members, or B, gain access to the property to see if anyone was home. Officer Roy did indeed know someone, a family friend. After contact was made, that family friend met up with Officer Humphreys at the Haight residence. After a brief conversation, a sudden sense of dread overwhelmed them. They felt
took
that
Spanish
something
class
was
for a year.
definitely off. The family friend had keys to the
Given I
property,
was
so
barely
they let
there,
themselves in,
so.
and Officer Humphreys followed close behind.
No, you can leave, Karen.
Enoch City Police Department. Enoch City Police Department.
You're now hidden from the channel, Karen.
There's going to be other kids. Cedar 673 prioritize this channel. I have 2 deceased on the bed. I'm going to clear the home. Cedar 6 or Enoch City Police Department. Anybody in the home, make yourself known. I'm going to clear this room.
Hell yeah.
Nobody.
A deep struggle in my spirit.
Anybody else?
No, not really. I'm just watching body cam stuff. There's no struggle in my spirit. There y'all go judging what you take it, like the neck tat and the face tat because it's a broken heart tat, and you form your own judgment, which is that I have a deep struggle, which is not the truth.
One more deceased in this bed. Appears to be a gunshot to the face. Check in this room back here.
Gunshot wound to the face.
Making good. I'm checking here. No, you're good. Wait.
Yeah, thanks for coming though. Watching me, I don't.
In their beds. What kind of sick person does that to their own family as they're laying in their beds?
Yeah. Let me go turn the air off now that it's cooler in here. Hang on 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Beds, bro. Like that.
I'm gonna rewind in a minute or so.
Where do you go? We need to clear the house. Clear here. We have one more deceased in this bed. Appears to be a gunshot to the face. Check in this room back here. One deceased here. Clear. Making good. I'm checking here. No, you're good. Wait.
In their beds. What kind of sick person does that to their own family as they're laying in their beds? In their beds, bro. Like if there was ever a piece of technology that could be created, it would be to really know who a person was when you meet them. To be able to see without them ever speaking a word to you. Being able to see who they really are, so they can't lie or nothing. And you see what type of hateful individual you're dealing with, so you don't even have to proceed any further with them. Like you don't want to get to know them or nothing because you can see, or some type of technology that makes them tell the truth.
I think it's just you and Sticky Buds.
This person was good.
Eric was just here. He
really
fell back asleep, I think.
Gosh, bro, in their beds? I can't get over that. In their beds.
Comes right back in here. That's the head. Boys, down here, make yourself known. 2, 4, 6, hold right there, Chief. Kansas City Police Department. One more up top, blood on bed. What's your bathroom here? Yeah, mess. One more down here. Bathroom's clear. Checking this room. Another gunshot. Or, sorry, I don't know that, but appears to be. Nope. One more. Gunshot back in the head. What else? Just a vacuum that's gonna fall. Go. Sauna. That way. Left. Opening. Safes. Got keys in 2 safes down here. Clear here. Assuming this is outside. That's another dead body. This is Michael here.
Jeez. I wonder if it sounded like they just said that was him. Goodness gracious, bro. No, just no. No. Like this, have y'all ever seen anything like this? God. Jeez.
Open one door, Chief. Hold on. Go ahead. 671. No. Where? Cedar. Premises is cleared. Let's stop. I'm just letting dispatch know the house is clear. Hold on. Don't come in. Nobody go upstairs and don't let anybody in. Hey, stay out. Just right here.
Yeah, I hope your arm feels better too.
We need crime scene tape. Start fencing off everything. You got some in your car? No. So I can't call Gary. Okay, no problem.
I wish there was someone that could post the pin when I do restart. That way you could go or whatever. Which I mean you still can if you like. But Eric's pretty good about it. Like if he wakes up or something, he'll get on and do it. But
let's keep everything as pristine as we can.
Sheesh. Like, that's a lot to take in. That's a lot. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. I know that town is devastated.
Yeah, and G-Man
That
just had
school
surgery
is
too.
devastated. The friends, the family are devastated. Anybody close to them are devastated. Like, the whole family. Even the lady that called this in because the lady missed her appointment. Thank God for her. Or they'd have been, you don't know how long they'd have been laid up in there. Like, what? Just pure evil that we exist with on this planet just continues to just be mind-blowing to me that we exist with that type of evil. That type of evil exists, bro.
Michael, Torsha, their children, and Torsha's mother, 78-year-old Gail O, were found dead in the home, all with gunshot wounds to the head. Some had been shot multiple times. Once the bodies were located, the patrol officers called in homicide detectives to take over. Upon arrival, they began trying to piece together what exactly went down. Why were there a large number of bodies? Who could have done this to the family? And well, they would get their answers just a few moments later. Next to Michael's body laid a note. Only excerpts have been released. This is nonsense, and I can't handle it for one more day. We will not be a burden on society. I kept asking for help and you wouldn't listen. I would rather rot in hell than to put up with another day of this manipulation and control over me. And if that wasn't enough to
Well, thank you
determine
for caring,
that Michael was
J-Man.
behind the shooting and then took his own life, then a deep dive of his internet history was about to solidify it. On the 30th of December 2022, just 5 days before the shooting, Michael searched the following on Google. How loud is a 9mm gunshot? What does a gunshot sound like? I hear gunshots near my house, what do I do? If you heard a single gunshot in your neighborhood at night, would you immediately recognize it as such? Would you either way be alerted enough to call police, or would you chalk it up to being just another sound in the night? How loud is a gunshot in a house? Would a neighbor hear a gunshot in a garage? And how loud is a 40mm
Talk about being
pistol? It's clear
premeditated.
then that Michael had been planning the shooting for a brief period, more than likely within the couple of days after his divorce papers were served to him on December 21st. In the few years leading up to this,
So if we were wondering why no neighbors heard the shots, multiple shots, it's because he probably did something to muffle it. If I'd had to guess, he did something or made sure it happened or figured out a way to where nobody was alarmed. Because he was in a close, tight-knit neighborhood. Somebody across the street, I was looking at the houses when the police were out there looking through the cars and everything. And when they turned, I was like, dang, it's a house right there, it's a house right there. I was thinking in my mind, I wonder, did anyone possibly hear the shot or multiple shots like that? That's odd. Because I've seen videos where people be like, yo, they've called the police. We've heard multiple shots across the street or down the road. Something just not right. We just calling maybe.
Thank you,
y'all to
J-Man.
check
It means a
and
lot.
see and stuff like that. You know, neighbors are pretty good about that, but nothing. It's weird.
shooting, Michael had been subjected to an investigation by the Child Protective Services due to allegations made against him by his eldest daughter, Macy. What should be noted is that no charges were ever brought forward because of insufficient evidence and Torsha being reluctant to press the issue further. This was more than likely because they were Mormons and Torsha wanted to maintain a perfect family image within her community. Following the investigation, Michael's behavior changed, but as time passed, he went back to his old self. This time it was aimed mainly at Torsha. She soon found herself in an extremely abusive relationship, one that consisted of being beaten and berated, having her finances withheld from her, having to ask permission to do things and buy things like groceries, and when she dared to speak up, Michael would make out that she was the one. However, in September of 2022, she built up enough courage to call it a day and demanded that he leave the house immediately to stay with his mother. Surprise, he did it without any confrontation. Although she called it quits, Michael didn't want to end things. He actually wanted her back and agreed to go to counselling to sort out his behaviour. When Michael moved back in, the relationship was
Somebody put in the comment section in a recent video, you can't help who you fall in love with. I get that. I get that. It's not as easy as we make it out to be of somebody leaving. I get that. You know what I mean? But you really have to consider what people are capable of. We keep seeing it. Like, that whole, if I can't have you, then nobody, like, that's real. People really feel like that. And it's like they'll lie to you to get back in your presence and then do something like this.
Much better for a little while. But when he wasn't here, it was a dream. Everything was so smooth. So yeah, Michael ended up back in the family home. But Torsha was stronger now, and the minute he started to act up, which wasn't very long after he moved back in, she filed for a divorce, which took place, as you know, on December 21st, 2022. After the divorce papers were served, Michael was said to have begun acting strange, more than likely because he couldn't control the situation, and well, sadly, you know what happened next. Michael Haight would murder his entire family and then took his own life because he couldn't control the situation he was in. And the sad thing about it is, if he just took a step back and actually made an effort to change his behaviour, because, you know, he had multiple chances to do so, then he could have had quite literally what he was trying to control. His whole family loved him, but he was, it seems, a ticking time bomb. That's the thing with the they don't think that way. They just control and manipulate. And in this situation, the moment Michael was losing his grip on things, he took his entire family out.
I was just sitting there just looking at all those hearses, however you pronounce it, however you say it, multiple hearse. Just looking at all them, thinking that had to be one of the and I don't do funerals. You gotta be extremely close to me for me to go to a funeral. I think this past year, I've been to the most funerals I've ever been to, but that was because I lost a lot of people close to me. Just seeing that, that's traumatizing to see that, fam. That's rough, bro. And to think that somebody could do that to their own family, it makes you look at people different. That's all I'm saying. It makes you look at people totally different. Everybody who's smiling in your face ain't as friendly as you think they are. It's evil behind some of those smiling eyes. It's definitely a lot of evil. And like I say all the time, y'all be safe though.
This lady came up to us, tied up her hands, holding her child. I think someone took her other child.
She only knocked with a package, and she's waiting for someone from Amazon for her baby girl.
Apparently, they walked to that bedroom because they knew that there was a baby in there. Like they were on like a mission. They like tied her up, went to the room, took the baby, and left. So.
They put her baby in the Amazon box.
Authorities rushed to a chaotic scene after receiving alarming reports that a mother's 7-month-old baby was taken by two individuals posing as Amazon delivery drivers. As the investigation unfolds, shocking discoveries bring them one step closer to uncovering the suspects, whose true identities they never saw coming.
A few months ago, he called her, and she had mentioned that she could make money by selling a kid.
The following report is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. In Federal Way, Washington, on February 20th, 2024, officers began to receive multiple 911 calls from the Mariposa apartment complex, just 20 miles south of Seattle.
I had someone come to my door with a rag on her face, like a rag on her mouth and like a zip tie. I don't know. She's telling me that her daughter got lost or someone took her daughter. And I didn't let her in the house because I got scared I was going to get kidnapped or something.
Okay, so how long ago was this?
It's literally just been 5 minutes ago. I thought she was like playing around or something.
Did she look injured at all?
I don't know. She doesn't look injured. She's just crying, but she's saying that she lost her daughter.
Did you see anybody around her?
No, I didn't. I just closed the door.
The dispatcher sends an officer to investigate, just as another call comes through.
We in Maryland Department, and I am this guy. This lady came up to us, tied up her hands, holding her child. She's crying. She's very hysterical right now, and she's Spanish. So
that she had a child also?
Yes, she's holding her daughter inside her hands now.
Okay, you don't see anybody with any weapons right now?
I think someone took her other child.
Is she able to tell you what happened?
She's speaking Spanish, so I don't understand it.
By the time the officer arrives at the scene, the victim's husband, who was out working as a food delivery driver during the attack, has also just arrived. Since the victim speaks only Spanish, a concerned neighbor steps in to translate, allowing the officer to grasp the urgency of the situation.
She walked down through here and came upstairs here, and what came up to us, tied up, holding child. So that's what he.
So is the child the same?
Yeah, that's the child.
Her child?
No, the other one.
But this is her child.
But this is her child.
Yeah.
And she does have pictures of her baby girl, but they took her phone.
Did you see them leave in a certain direction?
No, let me ask you. No, she said that they shut her in one of the closets. Yeah, she lives downstairs, so they only knocked with a package, and she's waiting for someone from Amazon for her baby girl.
Mm-hmm.
So she opened the door. She didn't think anything of it. So as soon as she opened the door, she said the woman started to beat her, and they ran into her kitchen for a knife. So they tied her up. They tied her.
They're gone?
She said that she checked everywhere before she got out, and she said she didn't see anything in there.
Her child. How old is her child?
She's 7 months old.
7 months?
7 months. It's a baby girl.
Several officers head downstairs to the victim's apartment, performing a routine sweep.
That's fucking scary.
Hold on, just hold that. I just want to see if we can find this kid.
After searching every room, the suspects and the missing baby are nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the neighbor continues to translate as the victim describes her attackers.
Oh, she said that the girl was wearing a ski mask. It looked like a snow one, the type that someone would go to skiing.
A baklava?
House. Inside her house.
Is that what they're talking about, baklava? Or are they talking about, this is Because it was similar, but...
Oh, and they also taped her baby now.
The baby that they took?
No, the little girl.
A Spanish-speaking officer arrives at the scene and takes a more detailed statement from the mother, before filling in the other officers on what he's learned.
Let me catch you up real quick. So she's at home with her 2 kids, husband's at work. Knock on the door. These 2 folks show up holding a big Amazon box. She'd never gotten an Amazon package before. She opened the door for them. They start punching her. They push her down. They tied her up. She's got injuries consistent with that. They snagged her baby, put it in the box, and shove her into one of the other bedrooms, make sure she's holding the other kid. She didn't do much. Didn't say anything, just quiet. Left. No idea why they picked her. Hasn't she been out anywhere? They have followed her.
According to the victim, she only moved into the apartment 8 days ago, and no one but immediate family knew her address.
Where was the baby when they went into the apartment room?
She said
they went right. She said they went right for the room. I don't know how they knew that's where the room was.
Have you or your husband had anybody over visiting?
Solo tienen la otra días aquí, va? And they've only been here 8 days.
It's so odd that they would know where to go for the baby.
The attacker's apparent knowledge of exactly where to go inside the apartment would later prove to be a crucial clue in identifying potential suspects. In the meantime, as officers canvass the apartment complex, they locate a neighbor with a security camera and request access to the footage. At 8:23 a.m., a white sedan can be seen backing into the parking space just above the victim's downstairs apartment. The suspects remain inside the vehicle for nearly an hour as multiple people and maintenance workers pass close by. Finally, at 9:18 a.m., the suspects begin to emerge. Another neighbor in the complex would later describe seeing the suspects from her apartment.
I seen two people standing, one male with a blue jacket on and a baseball cap, and I seen a female with a gray puffy jacket and a beanie on and with the corona mask on, and they both looked Mexican to me. And they were just standing at this apartment that I know that they shouldn't have been, and it looked really awkward to me. And then the lady was looking at me kind of crazy, and she had her phone in her hand, and it looked as if she was recording.
The male suspect is captured on camera retrieving an Amazon box from the back seat of the car. After that, both suspects vanish from view for nearly 20 minutes before reappearing on camera.
I saw those same two people moving really fast to their car, holding a red bag that looks something like a Uber Eats bag to keep the food warm.
Almost like a cooler, like a Southside cooler?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the male is the one holding it, and the woman, she was really rushing to the car. She jumped in the passenger seat, and then the male, he went around the car. He was going to go to the back door, but for some reason...
I do smile. Sorry, I'm just listening to this.
He was going to put it in there, but he had a second thought for some reason and brought it up to the front. Then after that, they took off really fast.
Although the baby's mother initially recalled the suspects placing her child inside the Amazon box, surveillance footage suggests they then transferred the baby into the bag. Who the suspects were and why they would take the child leaves officers grasping for answers.
They don't owe anyone money? They don't have any ill will to anybody?
Not that we're getting, at least at this point.
However, the baby's grandparents raise suspicions, forcing officers to consider the kidnapper may be closer to the family than they've yet to realize.
So he mentioned that this niece of his was very adamant about getting her address to send a gift. And it was so weird because she never reaches out to him. But then just now he said that a few months ago he called her and she had mentioned that she could make money by selling a kid. And that she was about making that money. And whose niece is this? His niece that lives in Miami.
According to the baby's grandfather, his niece Margie is the victim's cousin. The gift, intended to be a crib for the baby, was from her and her husband Vincent. With this new information, one officer heads over to speak to the baby's father.
Sir, can I, did you get a phone call from a family member today?
Yeah, but now they're not answering.
Could we see that phone number? Who is this? Who is this?
That's who's been calling them all morning.
What family member is that?
Okay, it's tu prima, cousin. She said now her suspicion is starting to grow because they were gonna order her baby clothes.
Her baby clothes?
Yeah.
The niece or the cousin was gonna order her baby clothes.
Yeah, so that's why she didn't think anything of it when she opened the Amazon package, and it's supposed to get here today.
Did she see where did they put the baby?
¿En qué se llevaron la bebé? ¿No vas a brazos? Sí, pero la bebé le echaron a la caja. They put her baby in an Amazon box. In the same box.
The woman resemble her cousin.
No.
She doesn't think so?
No. So she said that the people from Amazon the girl said that the people from Amazon said that they couldn't get to the address. So they needed the layout of like how to get into what the apartments look like, driving, and like what the inside of her house and the outside of her house looked like.
Oh.
And she sent them a video. Her cousin.
She sent her cousin a video.
Yeah.
According to the baby's mother, her cousin Margie...
Why would they need to know what the inside of her house looked like?
...answering the phone. As the translator continues to explain, it isn't the only glaring red flag.
And she did mention that she deactivated all her social media.
Who did?
The cousin.
When?
last night.
Despite clues suggesting the victim's cousin Margie may be involved, doubt is cast when the mother is asked to recall details about her attackers.
I have a question. So, like, did they feel familiar? Did the lady feel familiar to her at all? Was there any characteristics on that woman that would match her niece? No? No?
They didn't look like no one that she knew.
And just so, I know we asked this already, and apologize for that I'm asking again, but the race of the lady, did she have a Hispanic accent?
Wasn't it a Russian accent? That's what we originally had, so I'm curious if that's...
She said they were speaking another language, and it definitely wasn't English.
Or Spanish?
Yeah, or Spanish, yeah.
While confusion lingers over the
I don't
ethnicity of the
know.
attackers, a sudden phone call puts everyone on high alert.
She said it was another language, and I think similar.
She said that she wasn't, just now she mentioned that she's not sure what he looked like and that everything was just happening.
Okay. And they were wearing ski masks, right? Both of them?
No, the guy was wearing sunglasses. Yeah.
The woman was
a ski mask, okay. What race was the male? Did we figure that out?
She had mentioned that he was black. Can you ask again what race he was? The cousin is talking right now. Can you translate for me?
Pero aquí no ha llegado ninguna caja.
She's telling her that she's lying to her right now. Not making her.
The box already arrived.
She's saying?
The cousin is saying that the box already arrived.
Envíeme el pantallazo aquí al WhatsApp de Sarín.
Yo ya se lo envié. Envié a tu marido.
No. Envíemelo al WhatsApp de Sarín para yo mirar, ¿sí?
So I can see.
Y es que no se lo envié suyo. No, no encuentro mi celular. Es que May lo tenía y no sé qué lo hizo.
Ay, yo se lo envío a él.
Bueno.
Her phone is missing, or that the baby's missing.
She's not anything?
No, she's not telling them.
No, ella está actuando normal.
That's a good thing right
Okay, she said she's acting all normal, that she already sent like a screenshot of the package or whatever. Oh, that's her mom. Yeah,
Did she hang up already?
Yeah, she hung up with the girl, and then the girl, she was like, go send me like a screenshot of like the package that already arrived, and then she was like, I sent it to your phone, and then she was like, I lost it. She was like, oh, someone, her sister misplaced her phone. They don't want to tell her anything that's going on.
Okay.
No pudieron rastrear mi celular.
But I guess she's still
If there's any way that you can
That's what we're
What
working
the
on right
fuck?
now. Yeah.
están intentando hacer es rastrear tu
You're okay, G-Man.
According to multiple news reports,
Get some
police were
sleep,
able to
man.
trace the victim's phone, which the suspects took with them after the attack. That, in conjunction with license plate readers, led to the car being located driving on the highway about 4 hours after the attack was carried out. The baby was unharmed and reunited with her mother. The victim's cousin, 24-year-old Margie Harina Ardila Orego, along with her husband Chunho Vincent Lai, were arrested. With the help of a translator on speakerphone, detectives read Margie her Miranda
It
rights and
was
begin to
the
question her.
cousin.
Can you explain why they brought you here?
Ellos deben de saber por qué estoy acá.
You must know why I'm here.
Well, I'm here to ask you why you think you're here and why we're here. I'm basically trying to get your side of the story here.
Pero no voy a responder nada hasta que no tenga un abogado.
I won't answer anything until I have a lawyer.
Though Vincent also declined to speak with detectives, he did have a question for officers as he was prepared for transport to jail.
Can I ask you one thing?
Yeah.
How is the baby?
The baby's fine.
Where's the baby?
I'm going home.
Home? I'm the biological father.
Okay, we'll talk about that later.
Both Margie and Vincent were charged with first-degree kidnapping, robbery, burglary, assault, and second-degree assault of a child. Their bail was set at $750,000 each. They each entered a plea of not
What
guilty
the
and are being
fuck?
held at the Mailing Regional Justice
Yeah,
Center.
do you, Curtis? I love them. These bitches blow me away. Some of these people, they be fucking crazy. I love true crime anyways. That's originally where I came from, was the true crime community, but...
1525. 1525. Fake Amazon delivery and
Oh,
every
sorry, I was reading the title.
fake Amazon delivery
how do you
ends
make that
in
stop?
every parent's worst nightmare.
Oh, okay, close read aloud. I see. That's cool. That's cool that you can do that, I guess. They knew, right, who it was, too. Man lures woman into bathroom and rips her teeth out.
What? It's in that door on the left, but hallway's narrow, bro. Drop the knife! Drop the knife! What you idiot? Kill the family.
On June 1st, 2024, reports of an employee being held hostage in a gas station bathroom in Sanford, Florida, sends police racing to the scene. With the suspect reportedly armed and dangerous, officers must perform a high-stakes rescue before it's too late. In the aftermath, the disturbing details of the incident leave investigators questioning. Was this a sudden act of random violence, or something far more insidious?
Is a demon hunter?
The following report is based
A
on official
demon
police
hunter.
records, and most of the
Yeah,
footage has never been seen
Florida.
before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. At 5:08 a.m., dispatchers in Seminole County receive a distressing 911 call from an employee at a racetrack gas station.
911. My coworker, my shift manager, has been locked in the men's bathroom with another man who's not letting her out. Okay, hold on. You said your coworker's locked in the bathroom? Did he put his hands on her? Hello? He's got a knife. Okay. Can he cut her neck?
Within minutes, an officer arrives at the scene, where a customer who witnessed
What
the
the
attack
fuck?
shares horrifying details.
What?
In the last bathroom,
Is there anybody else inside?
there's two ladies in there. When he got her down,
Kill. Wait. Who else is inside?
It's just me and my assistant manager and
Where
the
at?
guy in the men's bathroom.
Where's your assistant manager?
She's in the bathroom.
With him?
She was in there.
Sir!
He's got a knife. He's got a neck.
Okay. I'm
3760 Orlando Drive.
Hey, can you hear me? Hey, can you wait outside? Can you wait outside?
The officer's too much of a pussy, and he's got a gun. That guy was like, sir, hold on, did y'all just hear that? The guy, he was like, I understand. He's like, sir, like, I hope he's not killing her in there. Like, he's got her down in the bathroom right now, cutting her neck. Like, they're saying this to the officer, and he's like, scared. And like, he's got his fucking gun pointed. What the fuck does he think's gonna happen? All he has is a knife, and they've already established that, or he guarantee he probably would have shot her already. Like, what the fuck? Like, how are you gonna be an officer and be like a pussy like that? That's like that fucking like the school shooting that happened. Just like those fucking people. Like, it's some fucking bullshit. Anyway, sorry to add my 2 cents in that. But,
Continues pleading for help.
like, that was some fuck shit. How are you gonna be an officer and you gotta wait for backup? Like, that bitch, she's fucking dying.
Hallway's narrow, bro.
She's dying. Like, how are you protecting and serving? You're only protecting and serving yourself with your badge. Like, legit. He has to wait for more units. Then why did they send him? Why did they send him? Guaranteed this was what was said on the... She is screaming for her life.
Yeah, in the men's.
The officer's just acting clueless. She's in the men's bathroom. Yeah, you've been told that 6 fucking times.
Sir, can you come out with your hands up? Please.
He's not gonna come out with his fucking hands up. That's not how these people work, bruh. He'll take himself out before he does that. He's not gonna walk out with his fucking hands up. You think he's just gonna give himself up willingly like that? He would have already done it, bro.
I only hear her. I don't hear anybody else.
By now, the
They're
woman
acting
has
like
been
nobody
trapped
else is
with
even
her
in there.
alleged attacker for more than 5 agonizing minutes. Additional reinforcements arrive at the
Great,
scene,
good
but
job,
confusion
sir.
only continues to stall rescue attempts.
Still with her, there's 3 officers on scene. And she's still in there, being terrorized. I hope they all lose their badge.
Hey, where's the key? Where's the key for the bathroom? Huh? I have no idea. We don't know where the key for the bathroom is. I need you to help me find it. Yes, sir.
Oh, good.
Alright. Okay.
He said I went in there. It should be unlocked. The guy was just in there.
Go in. I know. Go in. What are we waiting for? 1 minute?
Yeah, what are we waiting for?
Go ahead. Sanford Police Department, come out now! Sanford Police Department, drop the knife! Drop the knife! Drop the knife! Get on the ground!
So this is what the officers just opened the door to. And just keep in mind that if they got in there, the door was unlocked, okay? They just stood out there for over 5 minutes. This is actually really fucking sad. This is what he was doing to her. He had her over the toilet, cut her neck, and just cutting, like, just fucking torturing her. I don't know what the fuck he's doing to her. I haven't gotten that far yet. What the fuck? You think she's been in that position for 5 minutes, or what do you think, guys? She was begging for her life at the beginning when he walked up there. So, and it was a lot. Wow, that's crazy. What's up, JR? Junior Discovery Writer? Nice. Oh my god, that's fucking sad.
Get on your stomach!
That knife is bloody. She's waiting for that long just to be fucking saved by somebody. And the fucking people who's trying to save her is just acting like... And he just gets on the grounds. He was trying to kill her before they got him. Hell, he thought he had more time. There was... She's bloody.
31-year-old Sarah Flavin is quickly ushered to safety. The suspected attacker would later be identified as 62-year-old Randall Lee Lawton. Outside, officers learned
That bitch with the badge comment couldn't be more true.
After you can approach, she has a laceration to the face. What happened?
Wow.
Yeah, that's fine. That's simpler. Sit down. Did he cut him? No, I saw him out here earlier. Where did he cut you? In the hand and neck?
He ripped my teeth out. He stuck his hand in my mouth.
Let me see. And you don't know him?
No, I don't know him.
Hold the fuck on. So those 3 fucking officers were just hovering around outside the bathroom while this fucker's pulling her fucking teeth out and slicing her neck. Pulling her... What the fuck, bro?
Meanwhile, searching Randall for additional weapons
Oh,
poses
shit,
a
what happened?
challenge.
Document everything that comes out of his pockets. It's gonna be 1 tissue wide, 2nd tissue wide.
That's fucking crazy, bro. Right? They're dragging his ass out.
Drag him out, drag him out.
They got him on his stomach, sliding him all over the floor. Careful.
What's your name, guy?
Outside, Sarah shares the chilling details of how Randall lured her inside the restroom.
I saw him walking around earlier. He had a flag on him. And I saw him coming from around the building. And when I was coming
No,
back
they're just fucking sliding with his legs
in
bent,
the hallway and I asked him if
unfortunately.
he needed something. He said the restroom was out of toilet paper. Well, I could see visually that it still had toilet paper. And I said, sir, please step out. Let me check. And when I checked it, I said, it's got toilet paper. And he got in front of the door and closed it behind me. And I said, please let me out. Please just let me out. Please let me out. He was trying to slit my throat. He said that I was somebody. He kept calling me Eve, and I kept begging him please not to.
Why Randall would call her Eve is a haunting question, and they later learn details far more unusual than they could have ever imagined.
Wow.
They'll soon speak with Randall, who finally appears ready to comply with officers.
You gonna act stupid again or no?
No.
Huh? Just sit him up on the back.
He didn't like getting slid like a fucking puppy with a mop.
Officers read Randall his Miranda rights. Sarah's injuries are more closely examined.
Did you get stabbed anywhere else?
Just in my face and my hands. I grabbed the blade with my hand.
Why is there a hole here in your shirt?
We scuffled around in the bathroom for a bit and I couldn't get to the door.
While Sarah receives treatment in the ambulance, officers work to understand what may have led to the incident.
Yeah, he slit her throat. Yeah. She's okay. I'm not sure. I think she's gonna be okay. She's talking, but deep down here. Yeah, this is aggravated battery. Oh yeah, with a deadly weapon. Who knows what the intentions were?
With many questions still unanswered, officers turn to witnesses for more information.
I want to know. I thought the door was locked when I pushed open. I didn't want to grab it. He cut me. You know what I'm saying? But I seen him kind of bent over the toilet. She was like, get off the jump. I was like, that's when I came out and got my phone, but she was all on the phone with me.
Was her pants down or anything like that? Was he had her bent over or anything like that?
He just got a deal.
But he was standing or was he
standing over?
Okay.
The true motive behind the incident and the identity of Eve can only be answered by Randall. Officers begin to question him, but his bizarre responses only deepen the mystery.
Randall, are you having a bad day today? What's going on? We all do this for some reason. Tell me why. What happened?
They had to hog tie him. They tied his legs together. Restraints.
What about your past? What about your past? What made you do it today?
I don't know. I'm already dead.
Okay, why are you saying that? Why do you think you're already dead?
January.
No, man, I'm worried about it because,
You'll find it someday, too.
No.
As the investigation continues to unfold, officers review the factors that delayed Sarah's rescue.
We're just waiting for one more person to come. We didn't want to go straight in. We don't know. It's a small.
No, I know. That's
small shit.
in that case, y'all would have been fine. I didn't realize that because you guys were standing outside. I thought everybody was out.
No, we just wanted one more person.
Like when that you going.
Yeah. Right, we just wanted one more person.
As Randall begins to explain
Make
why Sarah was
excuses.
targeted,
Keep
his
telling
reasoning
yourself
takes a
that.
dark,
Justify
twisted
it.
turn.
Right. All of her teeth were pulled out of her head. Okay. Her throat was slit. She almost lost her life, but it's fine.
Spiritualism.
Okay.
He did it because of spiritualism, and he's got a lot of
She calls herself Sarah to you, and then you figure it out. You're like, oh, well, why do you gotta cut Eve?
Because what she done to me,
What she do to you?
killed my family.
What happened to your family?
But she killed me.
Okay. It looks like you're still alive and breathing.
For a little bit.
Huh?
For a little while.
I hope it's going to be for a long while. But what you did today is, a little concerning.
Yeah.
You talked to this girl before?
No.
No, you've never seen her before?
No. Not in that body.
While his responses raise more questions than answers, Randall denies being on medication or being diagnosed with any mental illnesses. Soon after, Randall is taken to the police station for an interrogation. During this interview, he would tell investigators that Eve was a demon who attacked him for years over his use of cigarettes. He claimed the demon needed to be punished and believed that the demon's spirit had been cleansed after the attack. After a long morning, officers gather to discuss the unusual.
She's trying to just claim insanity, guys. Don't believe it.
He's a demon hunter? That's what he told you?
That's up. She's young too, but trying to work. She's maybe he's right. I don't know. Yeah, you know what? It's 2024. You never know.
That's fucked up to joke about. Maybe she was
Reportedly suffered
possessed.
multiple injuries,
Those are the
including deep
officers joking
lacerations to her
about
left
what
hand,
happened to her.
2 below her chin, and a
Did
missing
you
left
see? You heard that too, right? Joking about what happened to her, though. Like,
was transported to the
that's
John
so
E. Pope
sick.
Correctional
After
Facility,
half
where he
of
was
what happened
charged
to
with
her probably
aggravated
could have been
battery with a deadly
prevented
weapon,
but they
resisting
were
and
outside
obstructing
fucking
police, and kidnapping.
twiddling their
His bond was
thumbs.
set at $50,500. On June 4th, 2024,
He entered a plea of not guilty.
The case is still ongoing.
Bullshit. Bull motherfucking shit. That's all I gotta say. That's a lie. Damn, it says there's one person here. Okay. I was like, damn, it's brutal. What's up, Sticky Buds? Glad you're here. Killer vlogs his murder on Snapchat. Killer vlogs his murder?
Recorded it, pulled the trigger, and then drove off.
We had 2 people call us and say that they saw a video on Snapchat of a white male by the name of Talon Lowry shot someone sitting on a bench.
Sir, someone's been shot, man.
When police receive multiple calls reporting a shooting that was posted online, they have no idea who
29.
they may be up against. But the Snapchat posts of a deranged teenager may unlock the motives behind this gruesome tragedy. And though they didn't know it at the time, this video is only one of several documenting a twisted crime spree.
I just got punched really hard.
Okay, do you know who it was?
No.
It looks like we just want some paint on it, a Snapchat paint or whatever it is.
2 weeks before the shooting, on the evening of October 19th, 2017, police were called out to a Walmart in Gainesville, Georgia, after a woman had fallen victim to a vicious attack. When the officer arrives on the scene, he's unaware if the attacker still lingers inside.
Where'd the guy go? Did y'all see him? Or?
Nobody has actually seen where he went. Somebody said he went towards the shoe department.
So nobody knows really where he's at. All right.
I looked in the store. It's a blonde-haired curly dude. White guy. No one saw him run out, but I got one of our associates in the back look for each exit on the side. So he's either still in here or he make a break.
All right. I'd say he probably ran out.
As the officer approaches the victim, Danielle, it becomes clear that the culprit they're dealing with is an unpredictable and troubled individual.
Hi there. I'm Officer Seabold.
Hi.
You gonna make it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just like my head.
You're what?
I just got punched really hard.
Okay, do you know who it was?
No.
You don't know him?
No, not at all. And I don't know anybody that
Okay, guys, sorry. Let's keep listening.
Learned that his posts will reveal another victim.
How's it going? I think it's one of them, I don't know if y'all seen the YouTube posts going around here lately where the people just walk up to a complete stranger and cold cock them. Yeah. Yep. Evidently he got her good. Like, she was coming down the aisle.
The manner of Danielle's attack is in line with a disturbing online trend
He
known
slapped
as
the
the
fuck
knockout
out of her
game.
head.
In this disturbing trend, assailants would pick an unassuming victim and attempt to render them unconscious with one punch, all while filming the attack to post on social media. The EMTs cleared and released Danielle to her sister's care.
I'm not gonna find it. I would just like to. Don't worry, honey. Everything's gonna go to court. Don't worry.
Thank you for all your help.
Don't worry.
Despite Danielle appearing to be a victim of the knockout game on Talon's Snapchat, his videos didn't initially start with such violence and only escalated after smaller deviances. For starters, his Snapchat shows him littering and recording it. In this video, Talon can be seen threatening cattle.
Get out of the way, you mother. I'll run every single one of your over, you fat black man.
Danielle wasn't the only victim who featured on Talon's Snapchat.
What happened? My bad.
Talon would post a new video only 2 weeks after the Walmart incident, but this one was far more sinister than his last Snapchat.
We had 2 people call us and say that they saw a video on Snapchat of a white male by the name of Talon Lowry shot someone sitting on a bench at the Texaco at North Hall.
911 also received a call from a witness who
Me
was at the scene
too.
at the time of the shooting.
Someone's been shot, man.
Where?
We're at the Texaco on State Route 11.
State Route 11,
Hall County.
Texaco.
Yes, sir.
What else is near that Texaco?
There is No Pun Road
Okay.
and Jim Hood Road.
No problem. Okay.
The dude videoed on his phone. He was in a burgundy truck.
Okay, is the guy who got shot still there?
Yes, sir. He's on the ground. I'm on the phone right now, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, sir. He's on the ground right now.
All right. Now, what about the guy that left? What kind of vehicle did he leave in?
I don't know. He pulled up, he recorded it, pulled the trigger, and then drove off.
Police arrive at the Texaco, and when they reach the victim, he can be heard gasping for air while attempting to respond to their questions.
What's your name?
Brian Ramirez.
Brian Ramirez. How old are you?
18.
18.
Yes.
Do you know the person that shot
I
you?
do not know.
Okay. Did you recognize the truck?
I did not.
Brian Ramirez, an 18-year-old employee at Texaco, was sitting outside on a wooden bench during his break when he was shot. An ambulance arrives, and Brian is transported to the hospital. The concrete is stained red, and the remnants of Brian's bloody glasses, name tag, and wallet are all strewn about. His mom arrives at the scene, but her son is already gone.
This is his mother. Okay. She wants to know what happened. He suffered a gunshot wound, and he's en route to the hospital, so she can go there.
The shot fired by Talon Lowry
What the
would ultimately
fuck?
claim Brian's life. After his cruel and senseless murder was posted on Snapchat, police knew who they were looking for, and it wouldn't be long before they located Talon Lowry.
We have a possible address off of Highway 17 on Peppermint Drive that our deputies are going to check out.
We're less than 5 minutes out. If you want to, you can go ahead and get your vehicle and come on out of there. We got a lot of cars might try to get up in that driveway.
Officers, assuming Talon is still armed and dangerous, prepare to face possible confrontation as they move in for his arrest.
That's it. So the truck is there. Make sure they know that he has an AK-47. So.
Tell them that he's got an AK-47, please, ma'am. Okay,
what?
we're letting them know.
They got him yet? Have they talked to him yet?
No, they just found the truck just now.
In Hall County, I've got the Talon Lowry subject detained at this time.
Radius clear 2325.
With Talon Lowry now secured and detained, investigators begin to piece together the evidence against the 19-year-old. Multiple people, including Talon's childhood friends, are brought in for questioning, and what they say will paint a picture of the troubled teen, providing insight into why he'd commit such horrific acts.
I've never liked Talon. He's always just been weird. And it's not that, because he's quiet, because, we hang out with a bunch of quiet people, but Talon's just always, being too quiet. Talon's always kind of a little weird or different than most people, but what kind of other stuff does Talon put on his Snapchat before? I think he was trying to seek out attention or something. Because like I don't guess you really had any friends like none of my buddies, like we never hung out with him or anything like that. But like he just
turn their questioning to the pressing matter at hand, the Snapchat of the murder.
Yeah, I didn't actually see the video on his story. I was in the bed, but two of my buddies, like, they climbed cell phone towers and they were together, and they both have Talon on Snapchat.
Investigators now get a chance to hear from Talon himself. They waste no time, cutting right to the chase.
You Mr. Lowry?
Yeah.
What's your first name?
Talon.
I have this feeling that you know exactly why we're here. Okay, so let's talk about it.
Okay. Well, actually, what?
Why do you think you're here?
I don't think I should.
So let me ask you this. You were at the gas station today, right? You're in your gold F-150, right? Those gas stations have videos.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? We have those videos. Right? We also have the videos of your Snapchat. Okay? That's why we're here.
Law enforcement was also able to obtain Talon's phone records, which ping him at the Texaco gas station at the time of the murder. It also provides tracking information that shows he was active on Snapchat during that time. The investigators have him cornered.
So, what happened at the gas station? So that was you in the video?
Yeah.
With the gun? Now, did you have a reason to do that? Did you know who you were shooting at? When you shot the gun? What did you see happen?
Didn't fall down.
You saw somebody fall down? Did you know who he was? You didn't know who he was? So you just shot at him because you wanted to, or?
When the media publishes Talon's images, Danielle recognizes her perpetrator immediately and contacts authorities. When police bring her in for an interview, Danielle reveals more about the incident in Walmart.
He just, total detachment and just dead in his eyes. And he's looking at me like, it was just one of the weirdest things. And, I've seen a lot of bad people, thug people.
Hang on. Okay.
Sociopath eyes. And looking at me as if you were, studying a creature or something.
Ew, he's a weirdo.
Investigators believe Talon Lowry's demand for attention on Snapchat drove him to commit unspeakable acts of violence. For the attack on Danielle at Walmart, he was charged with battery, and for taking the life of Brian Ramirez, he was charged with malice murder and felony murder, as well as 2 counts of aggravated assault and possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity and was diagnosed with schizophrenia. However, the evidence of his crimes was enough to bring him to trial. On February 2nd, 2023, Talon was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. He's currently held at the Augusta State Medical Prison.
At least he got life. What's up, Poncho? Good to see you again.
What?
Man crushes ex-wife's date to death.
Somebody's hit on purpose. Is she breathing? I don't know. I think so. Just coming here to fight him because he's mad at him.
Let me ask you this. Can I get you to step with me over here for me, please?
Try to call him and see if he'll respond to you. David, come on. Wake up, David.
Start roping this off because this is going to be a crime scene.
All right. On May 7th, 2023, a 46-year-old man's lifeless body is found at the end of a secluded road, lying in the grass 50 feet away from his wrecked vehicle. Police and first responders get to a scene that has
It's
all
6
the
in the
markings
morning,
of a terrible
6:15.
accident. But when investigators start putting the pieces of this tragic puzzle together, they begin to uncover a truth that is far more sinister. The following report is based on official police records, and some of the footage has never been seen before until now. At 1:34 a.m. on the morning of May 7th, 2023, a frantic 911 call comes into dispatchers in Greenwood, South Carolina.
Okay, what happened? The man hit the car and he's out of the car and he's been beaten. He's unconscious. Is it a car wreck? But it's a one-person car wreck. He's unconscious? Yes, it's really bad. He needs immediate assistance. Okay. Is he breathing? I don't know. I think so. Okay, listen to me. Where is he bleeding from? His nose and his definitely his nose. You said his nose and what else? Definitely his nose and I can't tell if it's his ear. Oh my gosh. Okay. Out of his ears really bad. Okay, listen to me. Is he flat on his back? Yes. Okay. Are you able to turn him onto his side? Yeah. Okay, listen. You said he's bleeding from his nose and his ears? Yes. Okay, is there anybody out there with you? Yes, I'm with 2 other people. We need help right now. We've got EMS and law enforcement coming, okay? Okay, listen to me. Can you tell if he's breathing? Is his chest moving up and down? It doesn't seem like it. Can I touch his chest? Okay. Okay, listen. Do you feel any warm air coming from his nose or his mouth? No. You don't feel any warm air? Actually, maybe. I can't really tell. I'm sorry. I'm scared to touch him. Okay, I understand. What is your name? I feel it.
The dispatcher works to help the caller. A teenager named Megan provides as much assistance as possible until first responders arrive.
Okay, listen to me. Can you tell if he's still breathing? Can you try to talk to him, see if you can wake him up? I can touch him? Is that okay? Okay, yes, ma'am. Try to call him and see if he'll respond to you. David, come on. Wake up, David. Come on, David. Wake up. Can you tell if he's breathing?
It sounds like she's talking to a dog.
Okay. Is he moving around at all when you call him? He isn't moving. Okay, what's his name? His name's David McClendon.
This is only the first of many personal details that will emerge on this horrific night. But as police and EMTs descend on the scene, the first order of business is to save Davis McClendon's life.
Okay. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're giving him CPR. Oh, he's still on the line. He might not be breathing. It's hard to tell anything.
As the first deputies and medics arrive on the scene, it becomes quickly clear that the 911 caller's use of the phrase one-person car wreck was misleading. It's true that only Davis McClendon is here at the scene, but a deputy notes that his injuries are consistent with being struck by a vehicle. His damaged BMW is sitting some distance away, and the vehicle that seemingly hit both Davis and his car spilled oil all over the road. In fact, the oil isn't just splattered here at the scene. It leaves a trail heading away from the Hunters Creek subdivision. 2 Greenwood deputies decide to follow that trail, and from what Megan and her friends have said, they have a pretty good idea where it will lead them.
Myself and 316 are gonna head over there, see if the vehicle's there.
The house that he's supposed to be at with the kids is... Are you heading there now?
Yes.
I'll head with you.
No, stay here. Yates and I are gonna go over there. We're gonna see if the car is there.
What vehicle was there?
Negative. We're gonna go see if we can find a vehicle there. Start roping this off, because this is gonna be a crime scene.
All right.
Although the 911 caller didn't see the incident, she definitely has strong suspicions about what happened before she arrived.
Who assaulted him?
But the thing is, Bud Ackerman, he just coming here to fight him because he was mad at him. And then we came to check up on him, and then we found him like this.
Okay, so the person that assaulted him, you said his name, Bud Ackerman?
Yes.
Does he live in Honey Street?
Yeah, he lives in Honey Street, and him and his wife got separated, and he had him moving on his parents, and like right outside of Honey Street, it's like 2 minutes away. It's like over that Beagle Highway.
Okay, did he assault him, or did he have a weapon, or do you know? Did anybody see him assault you? Did anybody see it happen?
No, I don't think that we got here. Nobody was here. We just told the school we were going to leave until I saw his body a couple feet away on the side of the church.
Megan, who is still back at the scene, is not alone. She's with a woman named Meredith Haney, who is Bud Ackerman's estranged wife. Megan is in fact a frequent babysitter for their children, the three of whom are staying with Bud for the weekend, Meredith tells police. And as the deputies make contact with Bud at his parents' residence, those kids and their safety are their first priority.
Double, I see it. Hey, garage is open. Garage is open. Sheriff's office. Are there some kids here?
Yeah.
Okay. Whose kids are they?
Mine.
Yours and who?
My wife.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Can I get you to step with me over here for me, please?
All right.
You have your ID on you?
I do not.
Okay. Just step over here for me.
Bud will do very little talking to police that night, but they've already got the beginnings of a tangled backstory, merely from what Megan told them in her initial call.
Okay, so how did y'all know he was out there?
But he's dating my wife, and he's been really drunk, and he's really mad. He's been trying to find her all night.
Okay, so David has been dating Bud's ex-wife?
Yes.
It will later emerge that Meredith
Oh,
and Bud
God.
separated and began divorce proceedings approximately 1 year earlier. But while Bud
Let's
will
for
later
breakfast
admit that this
greens,
breakup
facts.
was against his wishes, his frustration with the situation reaches a new level on April 29th, 2023, about a week before the incident. That's when he learned from a mutual friend that Meredith had begun dating a man named Davis McClendon. Investigators will later find a text message Bud sent to a friend expressing his outrage at the news. Bud texts, "What the hell is Davis thinking, man? I mean, what the hell, Danny?" Danny replies back, "I have no clue what you're talking about. What did he do?" Bud writes, "He's been Meredith." He goes on to say, "I had my suspicions, but it was confirmed by her. I can't believe he'd do that to me. I mean, damn, I've known him my whole life." And when Danny simply writes, "I don't know what to tell you, Bud," Bud replies, "Damn, I don't know either. It's just up." Exactly 1 week after the text exchange, on the evening of Saturday, May 6th, Meredith and Davis go out to dinner at a restaurant called Break on the Lake, where security cameras pick up their arrival. It's only 4.5 hours before the tragedy on Avid Road. Davis goes inside while Meredith stays behind in the car. She's FaceTiming with her kids, who are at Bud's house and using their dad's phone to chat with her. What she doesn't know is that Bud is observing the screen as well, and he recognizes the scenery in the background. He doesn't know for certain that she's with Davis, but he has his suspicions. It's 8:48 p.m., and a bad night is only just beginning. Many hours later, deputies at Bud's house take careful note of the fresh, oily footprints that decorate the floor.
Footprints. Yeah. Footprints. 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 That's where I came in. Oily footprints. Oily footprints.
The investigators follow the footprint trail back to a bedroom, where they appear to come to an end at the foot of the bed.
Is this parents' room? Okay.
Twist there, one here. This bunch, yeah, bunch right here. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the shooting he's got on now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Investigators
it was
will indeed
literally
find
oily prints.
residue on the shoes Bud is wearing that night, as well as a small amount of what appears to be blood on his hands. Both were presumably clean earlier that night when he was at a local bar called the Key West Club, where surveillance shows him ordering at least 4 beers over an hour-and-a-half time period. But Bud isn't just drinking and socializing. He's making repeated attempts to get in contact with Meredith, who has left break on the lake and is now with Davis at a friend's party. At one point, frustrated that Meredith won't take his calls, Bud texts her a message. "Why do you hate me? I just don't understand." When a friend who was at Key West Club that night calls Meredith to tell her that Bud is gone, Meredith and Davis head up to the bar themselves. According to what Meredith would later tell investigators, Bud continued calling repeatedly during this time. She says that when she finally did take his call, he demanded to know where she was and why she was refusing to speak to him. The call logs would later reveal that between 9:07 p.m. and 12:15 a.m. that night, Bud attempted to call Meredith a total of 36 times. At his residence in the hours after the incident, investigators take a close look at Bud's Ford F-250, which just happens to look like it's been in a crash.
That's wild. Yeah, that's when I walked up and I was like, oh yeah. You see that? Yeah. Yeah. That's a palm mark. But like that right there, yeah, there's little specks right there. Mm-hmm.
Bud himself refuses to answer any questions without a lawyer present, but the circumstantial evidence is piling up quickly. As for Meredith, she says she tried reaching out to Bud's friends and family while at the Key West Club earlier that night. In the meantime, Davis sent a text message to a friend saying, "FYI, apparently Bud is drunk and out trying to hunt Meredith down. She's wanting to call the cops. I was hoping maybe you could get his dad to rope him in." At almost the same time, Bud Ackerman is on the hunt, scoping out the parking lot at the now-closed Break on the Lake restaurant for any signs of Meredith and Davis. He makes 2 circles through the lot before leaving. Investigators will later learn, thanks to the Ford's onboard computer, that he also drove down the street where Meredith lived and down the street where Davis lived in an effort to find the couple. Back at the Key West Club, Davis decides enough is enough and tells Meredith he's going to call Bud and talk to him about the relentless attempts to get her on the phone. Meredith watches her boyfriend walk away, never imagining it would be for the last time. Bud would later characterize the call as aggressive, saying that Davis was threatening to beat him up. While the true nature of the conversation cannot be known, what is known is that Davis and Bud agree to meet near the intersection of Avid Road and Sawgrass Place. According to Bud, and confirmed by the call logs, he called Davis back at 1:09 a.m. He says he told Davis at that time that he wouldn't be meeting him after all, and would instead be going home. Bud says that Davis cursed at him and taunted him for backing out, at which time he drove straight to the meeting place. At 1:11 a.m., his final approach is caught on a local resident's surveillance camera.
You're not terrible.
The camera only captures the sound of the impact, but another resident's camera records
Damn, it
the
says
moment
there's
of
nobody
impact
in
itself.
here.
The first camera
Sticky
not
buds,
only
are you
captures
in
the
here?
sound of the incident, but
Who the
also
fuck's in here? Now there's
something in
one.
the seconds following the impact. At 1:13 a.m., Bud's truck can be seen leaving the area. He would later say that the collision was an accident caused by Davis standing in the middle of the road. Bud says that he only saw Davis at the last second, at which point he jerked the steering wheel as hard as he could to avoid Davis and smash into his car instead.
That's brutal.
The onboard computer system shows that he did not hit the brakes and was traveling at 25 miles per hour in his Ford F-250. Davis would die that night at Self Regional Medical Center at the age of 46. At 6:30 in the morning on May 7th, roughly 5 hours after the incident, Bud Ackerman is arrested and transported to the Greenwood County Detention Center. On trial for murder the following year, he would insist that he never meant to harm Davis McClendon that night, and that it was only due to panic that he failed to call 911. The jury deliberated for less than 30 minutes before delivering a unanimous verdict. Guilty.
3, but still.
In October 2024, 42-year-old William Bud Ackerman was sentenced to 45 years in prison for murder. He's housed at the Tiger River Correctional Institution in Spartanburg County, South Carolina.
She was wearing a black cowboy hat, black jeans, a black shirt, a black coat.
It's like I pictured myself doing it or something and never really pictured myself doing anything else.
She was screaming, "Why did you shoot me? My arm, I can't feel my arm." He called us by name, set us in the...
I was going to be the hostage and come over. I'm going to put the gun in your mouth.
Oh no, you're
There was
good.
a guy in the first row, and he got up and was holding his chest and walked clear across the room and finally fell.
In Moses Lake, Washington, on February 2nd, 1996, a 14-year-old student barged into his classroom fully armed, opening fire on his teacher and several students before holding his remaining classmates hostage. In the aftermath, the shooter's eerie resemblance to a fictional killer sparked a chilling question. Was this a calculated act of revenge, or a twisted attempt to bring a deadly fantasy to life?
It didn't seem like he had any real reason of doing this besides just to do something. He kept saying this is a lot better than algebra.
The following report is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. On the afternoon of February 2nd, 1996, detectives with the Moses Lake Police Department arrive at Frontier Junior High School, where a vicious attack played out just a few hours earlier in Mrs. Kyrus's algebra class.
Frontier Junior High. I'm standing at the southwest corner of the building next to the cafeteria. I will be walking towards the door of the building, the cafeteria area, and down the center hallway towards room 15. This is room number 15, the area where the incident took place.
Still reeling from a tragedy that would claim multiple lives, two survivors of the harrowing ordeal begin to share their accounts of what happened inside the classroom.
Can you tell me what period it was?
It was 5th period, but our schedules were messed up, so it wasn't a normal 5th period time.
Because of the bad winter we're having here?
Because it's a 2-hour delay.
Okay, and what's the first thing that you noticed?
Just the loud shots is what got my attention because I was trying to do my algebra, and the loud shots, my ears were ringing. And I turned my head and I looked towards the direction of the shots, or the loud noises. And I realized then that there were shots and that people were hurt because there were people, it just scattered and they were holding their chests and there was blood.
Okay, it was pretty panicky in there?
Yes.
Okay. When that happened from a person that was in the class or that it entered from the outside?
They entered from the outside.
Did he say anything when he was shooting?
Not while he was shooting.
Okay, but later I take it he must have said some things.
He was yelling, "Get down."
The shooter would later be identified as 14-year-old Barry Lukaitis. Although most teachers acknowledged that he was somewhat asocial, they described him as highly intelligent, a model student, and a pleasure to have in class. The warning signs they missed would only come in hindsight. John Lane, a PE teacher, explains what happened next after the first shots rang out.
I was teaching at room number 13, which is room right next to the cafeteria. I heard some loud explosions, was unable to determine what they were. I left my classroom at that time, went out in the hall, and tried to investigate. When you first heard them, I mean, how many did it sound like? There were several. I had 3 or 4, I guess. Again, I was so unaware, and I thought...
Yeah, it's fucking sad, sticky bugs.
I didn't suspect a gun, of course. As I was walking down the hallway, I heard some screaming, some kids screaming. I didn't know what had happened. I saw the door was closed. As I got there, I pushed open the door and saw the kids in various states on the floor. There were some in the desks. And as soon as I walked in the door, I noticed directly to my right in the corner, someone standing there, very erect, and I detected a gun right away. As soon as I hit the deck and slid around there, I saw Mrs. Kyrus lying up against the phone and very ashen gray. Apparently, she looked dead to me at that time.
The classroom's teacher, 49-year-old Leona Lee Kyrus, still grasped a marker and eraser in each hand as she lay unmoving on the floor. Several students were also shot, but Mr. Lane had yet to realize how many or how badly they were injured when he dove behind the teacher's desk for cover.
What was he doing at that time? He was standing there with the gun, and like I say, I didn't take too long to look at him. But I just noticed that there was a gun and there was someone standing there. He was dressed in dark colors.
She was wearing a black cowboy hat, black jeans, a black shirt, a black coat. It was a real long duster coat, black boots.
Dressed all in black?
Yes.
A witness would later describe seeing Barry as he walked toward the school earlier that morning, his black attire a sharp contrast to the white snow. He described him as a tin soldier, walking with stiff legs and keeping his arms tight to his body. Just 3 days before the attack, his mother was with him as he purchased the long trench coat that would later conceal the guns he carried.
Could you see him with a gun?
Yes.
Okay. And realizing that, and maybe I'm wrong here, that you're probably not real familiar with guns, was this a long firearm? Was this a short firearm?
It was a rifle. I've been hunting.
Okay. And I apologize for that. Didn't mean to insult your intelligence. That's great. It was a rifle. Yes. How many times did he shoot? Do you know?
Mrs. Carter. He shot Mrs. Carter's once.
One time.
He shot as many times as he hit. If I felt like he had shot before, he's handled a gun before.
Barry entered the classroom that day fully armed with his father's guns, a lever-action rifle and 2 holstered handguns, including a revolver and semi-automatic pistol.
These are the 2 holsters and the boots taken from the suspect. The shells in the gun belt by the desk.
One student later compared his holsters to those worn by the protagonist in the film Natural Born Killers. Witnesses claimed it was one of Barry's favorite movies, with one recalling him saying it would be fun to go on a killing spree and get away with it, just like the characters in the movie. This unsettling connection to fictional killers would only deepen as investigators uncovered more details in the wake of the tragedy.
The guns laying on the desk. The first gun appears to be a large caliber revolver. Actually, a large revolver, unknown caliber at this point.
4 days before the shooting, classmates recalled Barry asking if he could buy shotgun shells. When asked why, he eerily replied they would find out later. He told another classmate the shells were needed to kill 15 to 20 objects the size of a dog. He also questioned the power of a rifle compared to a shotgun.
30-30 with a loud round. The chamber.
Yeah, that's not a red flag.
Is there a insignia on there? There it is.
It's a Winchester.
Yeah, I agree.
As Barry's classmate continued to recount her terror, she explained that Barry was no longer shooting, but still held the rifle in hand as Mr. Lane began talking to him.
He was asking, why did you do this and what does he want and does he want to talk about it, and for him to put the gun down and, just trying to persuade him that this was not the right thing to do.
Were you on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And there must have, was there other people on the floor at that time?
Everyone was on.
Okay.
There was a guy in the first row, and he got up and was holding his chest and walked clear across the room and finally fell.
Could you see the suspect or Mr. Lane?
Yes, I was behind a chair, and there's slits in the chair, and from where I was sitting, I could see his face. He kept looking at me.
The suspect did? Okay. What was the suspect saying to Mr. Lane or to the rest of the class, if you know?
To be quiet and to do what he asked, and nobody else would get shot.
Meanwhile, reports of shots fired at the junior high school reached local authorities, who urgently made their way to the scene. Inside the classroom, Barry began making demands.
He kept saying, Mr. Lane, stand up. I'm not going to hurt anybody. Stand up. I'm not going to shoot anybody else. He did say at one time, if you don't stand up, I'm going to shoot somebody, though. He did say that. Was that directed at you? Yes. He said if I wouldn't stand up, he was going to shoot one of the students. He said that one time. Okay. Did you, in fact, stand up? I kept telling him I was too afraid to stand up, and I just couldn't do it. I just wasn't able to. And during one time when I was laying down, the gun did go off one time, and he said, oh, that's an accident.
According to witnesses, the stray bullet struck the ceiling, and Barry apologized to the class.
These are possibly rounds which appear to be in the ceiling area.
Teachers and students would recall a change in Barry in the months preceding the attack. He became more withdrawn, unfriendly, and had notable changes in his handwriting. One teacher said it seemed as though
big
something
ass
was bothering
eyebrows.
him. Many of Barry's drawings and poems took on dark themes of murder and death. He began making alarming comments to people who would walk by, such as, they don't deserve to live. Just 2 weeks before the shooting, a student overheard Barry say he would kill someone if they deserved it. Whether Barry deliberately chose his victims remained to be seen, but soon in the interrogation room, he would provide his own answer to this haunting question. For now, Mr. Lane continued his account of what happened next.
I finally felt that I had to stand up and make something happen. He kept reassuring me that he wasn't going to shoot anybody, he wasn't going to shoot me, it wasn't going to hurt anybody. What did he want at that point? I didn't. He said several times that he was going to explain later on why he was there and why he did what he did, but he didn't explain why he had done what he had done. As soon as I got up, we tried again, of course, tried to get him to lay the gun down. He wouldn't do that. And at that time, I tried to direct his attention and my attention to the kids that were injured and kind of surveying the scene. There was one student that was down, apparently dead. There was another student who kept saying that they were hurt. I'm gonna pass out, I'm gonna faint.
The girl, she was hurt. She was screaming, "Why did you shoot me? My arm, I can't feel my arm." And she said, "Can I go? Let me go get an ambulance." And he let her go. And there was another girl. She had diabetes or something. She had some kind of illness. He let her go.
As an officer finally arrived, he passed the shooting victim in the hallway, later identified as 13-year-old Natalie Hintz, telling her to run to the office where an ambulance would meet her. The girl who claimed to be struggling with diabetic issues came out next, and he urged her to get behind him. Mr. Tyrus, the school principal, attempted to enter his wife's classroom, but was stopped as the officer explained he would only endanger the lives of the students inside. The officer called for more backup as the hostage situation inside the classroom grew more dire.
Did you remove? And the reason I'm asking, John, is that the breezeway there's an amount of blood that's outside the classroom. You helped the female with the hurt arm, and another person who apparently was not shot but had some diabetic problems who was allowed to leave. Anybody else?
And there was one other, and this was the student who, I don't know who it was laying over in the far corner of the room away from Barry, having a real difficulty breathing.
The one that walked across the room, he was laying on the floor. And he was breathing. I mean, he'd take a really deep breath like every minute or so. I mean, it was a pretty long between. He was like groaning and he was not responsive.
So Mr. Lane helped get him out?
Mr. Lane and 2 other students.
And did Mr. Lane have to ask permission for that?
Yes.
And that permission was granted by the suspect?
Not at first, no.
Okay.
They asked if they could get him out, and the suspect, Barry, he asked, how close to death was he? And they said, pretty close. And at first he said, just let him lay there and die. Mr. Lane kept persuading me. They kept saying, please let us get this child out. He needs help. And then he finally let him go.
I went back there and he was laying in quite a pool of blood. I couldn't handle it by himself, so Barry let me take another student, try to help him. Still couldn't get out with another student, so we got a third student, and finally we were able to get that victim out of the classroom.
As backup arrived, the door flew open, and Mr. Lane, along with 2 other students, pulled 14-year-old Arnold Arnie Fritz into the hallway, where 2 officers carried him to an ambulance. Both Arnie and Natalie were transported to the hospital, where their lives would hang in the balance. Inside the classroom, 2 shooting victims, Mrs. Kyrus and a young boy, lay motionless on the floor. With the remaining students still at gunpoint, Mr. Lane went back inside.
What is the suspect doing at this point?
Just standing in the corner, and what he said he was going to do, he was going to try to organize the room and get things done his way, and I guess let things progress kind of. And at that time, this time of the incident, one of the police officers started hollering at him and called him by name and tried to get Barry to talk to him. And the basic response from Barry was, I'll talk to you in 10 minutes after I've organized things, and then I'll let you know what's going on.
What was he organizing, John?
Well, what he did, he had some of the kids move to the back of the classroom and sit in chairs in the back of the classroom.
We were all scattered around the room, and he called us by name and set us in the back 2 rows, going long ways across the back of the classroom.
One student would later tell investigators it seemed as though Barry was setting up a shooting gallery. As he continued calling their names, the police attempted to call Barry from the classroom phone. In response, he held it above his head and smashed it on the ground. With the phone broken, they tried other methods to reach Barry, but this only seemed to aggravate him further.
How were they communicating with him? Just yelling? Was the door closed at this time?
The door was closed. In fact, it was slightly open, and he said to close the door. He didn't want it open. He also said, "You're pissing me off. I'm gonna get
They really do, animal.
They were yelling his name, Barry.
Yeah, I don't, but
Barry was yelling
thanks.
back,
It's just a
and,
face
he kept
tattoo,
saying
but if I didn't have the
if they
face
quit
tattoo, you
yelling,
wouldn't
he was gonna
fucking
start
think
shooting them
that.
again because they were making him mad. He kept saying this is a lot better than algebra and stuff like that.
What Barry demanded next was nothing short of horrifying, sending the encounter spiraling toward a tense climax.
Barry got a large Ziploc bag out of his pocket and a rubber band and put the bag over his gun and put the rubber band around it and told Mr. Lane to put the end of the barrel in his mouth because he needed somehow to get out.
At that time, he said, now we're going to take care of the hostage. And he said, Mr. Lane, you're going to be the hostage.
Did in fact you go over to him when he said that?
I started to come to him, but again, earlier he had said, don't get too close. And so I wanted to maintain my distance because I didn't want to panic him. Sure. And then when he said I was going to be a hostage, and I came up to him a little bit, I was probably 3 to 4 feet away from him, and I said, Barry, I don't want to do this. I'm too afraid. I don't want to do it.
Sure. What did he do then, John?
Well, I guess that's when it came to conclusion. I felt that I had to do something.
Mr. Lane stood up and walked over towards him, got kind of close, and Barry kept saying, back up. Mr. Lane would back up a little bit. And then the next thing I knew, Mr. Lane had him up against the wall.
The weapon was a little bit higher and in front of him, so I kind of pinned that. I wanted to make sure that the hand wouldn't on the trigger. If it would have gone off, it would have gone in the ceiling, which I wasn't too concerned about, but I wanted it away from the kids, and I thought I could. And he really didn't offer all that much resistance. I'm sure my adrenaline was going too, but I thought I could take him.
He had the gun in one hand up against the wall, and they were struggling, and he was yelling for us to run out to get out of the classroom.
Mr. Lane was?
Yes.
So Mr. Lane is the one that resolved this. He's the one that helped everybody. So how long did this whole thing take place?
It was fairly quick, actually. It was about 5 or 10 minutes.
All right.
That this whole thing.
When Mr. Lane pinned him up against the wall, what happened next?
I stood up from the shelf that was there, and Mr. Lane was yelling, run, and everybody ran out. I think I was the second or third person to get out.
Students began pouring out of the classroom, and 4 officers rushed inside to witness the struggle between Mr. Lane and Barry over possession of the rifle. They quickly jumped in to help, disarming the suspect. With Barry finally in custody, they would soon be able to question the killer himself. As he was taken away, one officer raced to aid Mrs. Kairos and the other fallen student, but he noted in his report that it was clear any efforts to resuscitate them would be useless. Before they turned to Barry, Mr. Lane and the young classmate shared their final thoughts.
It didn't seem like he had any real reason of doing this besides just to do something.
It was my impression that Barry is one of those kids that the forgotten kid who was just a little strange, and quite frankly, it doesn't surprise me that he snapped.
As news of the shooting spread, a detective from the Seattle Police Department reached out to investigators, noting eerie similarities between the attack and a well-known book, an unsettling connection that will later be explored. With a classmate and teacher pronounced dead, as well as 2 injured students at the hospital, Barry was brought to the police station. Determined to uncover what drove him to commit the brutal attack, Sergeant Ruffin with the Moses Lake Police Department began to question Barry.
Barry, how old are you? 14. Okay, so have you ever been in any trouble before at all? For anything? Just anything minor?
I got detention once when I was
Just minor stuff? Barry, I'll tell you what I'd like to do is that...
Have my parents been notified?
Barry, I don't know. I'm not sure who your parents are. Have you called them?
I haven't, no.
Okay, maybe that's something we can do here in a minute.
What Barry didn't know was that his mother entered the police station less than an hour before his interview began. Court documents argued Sergeant Ruffin knew full well Barry's mother was in a waiting room as he continued to question Barry without an adult present.
What I want to do, Barry, is that I need for you to explain yourself, because if you don't, you're not going to get another chance to explain yourself. Once I leave today, that's it. I mean, because basically, then I've got to go do all that other stuff.
Explain what I did?
Well, I mean, where are you coming from on this, buddy?
Oh, why?
Yeah, but to do that, I need to get the paperwork done, okay? And that's why we got to sit down for a couple minutes and just do paperwork, okay? Is that okay with you?
How long does it take?
Not very long at all.
Would I be able to have anybody else here besides a lawyer?
Who else would you like to have?
My parents.
Maybe. If you want to do that...
I at least want to talk to them.
Okay, if you want to do that, why don't we do that, and I'll see if I can get your parents here, okay?
After being read his Miranda rights, Barry formally acknowledged and waived them with his signature. Sergeant Ruffin continued questioning him about the incident.
Were you in school at all today?
You didn't go?
No. What happened after you went inside?
I don't know. I guess reflex took over, sort of. I don't know. It's like I pictured myself doing it or something, and never really...
see myself doing anything else. Okay. Have you drank anything today? Any alcohol? I don't drink. Okay, good. I don't do drugs and I do not smoke. Okay. I don't think what I'm hearing is all true. And now those people up there that were injured, did those people do something to you? What have you been told? Well, I spent some time up there at the scene there, and I understand that you were pretty angry. And were you angry up there with those people? No, not at all. Okay. Did you know any of those people that were injured? Not knew who they were. You didn't. I mean, not personally, right? Okay. One of them. But which person did you know up there, Barry? First one I shot.
Barry's first victim was the male student who died at the scene, 14-year-old Manuel Vela Jr. According to witnesses, Manuel had teased him in the past, calling him names. This prompted threats from Barry, who was overheard whispering, "Do you treasure your life?" One classmate once heard Barry say, "Someday people are going to regret teasing me." It's important to note that these claims come from witness accounts, but there is no verifiable evidence to support that Manuel ever teased Barry.
Did you know the teacher? That's your class, right? I didn't know her personally, but yeah. Okay, was she your math teacher? I'm sorry, is that a yes? Yeah. Yes. And do you know her name for me? Not her first name.
Yeah, hit that
Last name by
motherfucking like
chance?
button.
Kairos. Okay,
Subscribe.
Kairos. Did Mrs. Kairos do anything to you? No.
However, witness statements suggest he may have harbored negative feelings for his teacher. Weeks before the shooting, Barry supposedly complained about her teaching methods, with one teacher saying the two had a personality conflict. One witness stated Mrs. Kairos gave him detention a week before the incident, after Barry put paper in the classroom heater. Another recalled Barry stating he wanted to kill Mrs. Kairos because she told him he had a wrong answer in class.
Okay, now the other people that got hit, were those accidentals, or were you trying to hit them? Or that was just kind of crazy then? That was kind of crazy. It might have been deliberate. So the only two deliberate ones would be deliberate. The only two positively deliberate ones would be the only positive deliberate would be.
A search warrant was executed on Barry's house in the days following the attack. In his room, they find the book earlier mentioned by the Seattle detective. The novel, titled Rage, was published in 1977 by Stephen King under the pseudonym Richard Bachman. In a twisted parallel to real-life events, the book tells the story of a student who fatally shoots his algebra teacher, taking his classmates hostage and threatening to kill them should they fail to comply with his demands. According to the Stephen King website, the book was later removed from print due to the sensitive nature of its content. Another notable book among Barry's collection is Gunslinger, the first volume in the Dark Tower series. The novel contains Western themes, with the main protagonist often depicted as wearing a trench coat and cowboy hat, wielding guns similar to those Barry used during his attack. Though Barry never admitted in his interview whether he drew inspiration from his favorite movies or books, his actions and the eerie parallels to the fictional killers are impossible to ignore.
I need to ask. Okay, what am I going to do after I'm out of here? Are they going to go back to the cell or what? You know, or they need to ask me some more questions? Well, I think if you and I can clear this up, I mean, why, is there somebody in particular somebody you wanted to do, or somebody you want to talk to? Well, I would kind of at least let my parents know what's going on, okay. But I don't know if I want them here. Sure. And I give you my promise on the deal here. If you want your parents here right now, I will get your parents. Yeah, no, okay, I don't. All right.
At this point in the interview, Sergeant Ruffin was interrupted by another officer and briefly left the room. When he returned, he had news to share with Barry.
Barry, we have a little technicality here, and here's what this is that your mom apparently, and I haven't seen your mom, I don't even know if your mom's here, but apparently she called a lawyer, and the lawyer called down here, and the lawyer said that he wants me to stop talking to you. What are your feelings about that? I think it should be my business, but of course it's my mother. Okay, so. All right. So what I'm going to do is, out of honor, I guess, for your mother and also the lawyer at this time, I'm going to stop the statement.
With that, the interview reached an end. An autopsy report would later determine that 49-year-old Leona Lee Kairos and 14-year-old Manuel Vela Jr. each died from single gunshot wounds. As for the two victims who went to the hospital following the attack, 14-year-old Arnold Arnie Fritz died shortly after his arrival. 13-year-old Natalie Hens ultimately survived after undergoing extensive surgery and nearly losing her arm. Barry was arrested and booked into the Grant County Youth Center. A motion was filed for a psychological evaluation to determine whether or not mental illness played a factor in the attack. It would later be revealed that during the winter months when Barry became noticeably withdrawn, his parents were experiencing marital issues, with his mother filing for divorce just 1 month before the attack. While multiple doctors agreed that Barry was experiencing depression, there was disagreement as to the extent. Barry's lawyers later filed a motion to suppress the statements made to Sergeant Ruffin during his interrogation, arguing that the sergeant had violated his rights. However, the trial court denied the motion, ruling that Washington law does not require parental consent when a juvenile waives their rights. From August 15th to September 24th, 1997, Barry Lukaitis stood trial in court as an adult and was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree aggravated murder, 1 count of second-degree murder, 1 count of assault in the first degree, 1 count of assault in the second degree, and 16 counts of kidnapping, each with a firearm enhancement. He was ordered to serve 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. According to news outlets in 2017, due to the Supreme Court ruling of 2012 that juveniles younger than 16 cannot be sentenced to life without parole, Barry Lukaitis was resentenced to a total of 189 years in prison. We attempted to verify this information with the Grant County Court, and they were unsuccessful in locating his records.
Wow. You did call it.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yeah, I have my friend here, he got shot.
Where is he bleeding from?
His head, his face, looks like he got shot in the...
Man. I don't know which one to play. It's almost always the case, yeah. Play any. That's what I'm trying to do.
was your emergency?
I just shot my girlfriend and her son for attacking me.
You just shot
Oh
him?
no.
Are you sure they're both dead?
Dad, I was trying to tell y'all to come and get me. They just started injuries, so I shot.
Oh, snap!
I put the gun on the floor. Tell them to hurry. Tell them to hurry up.
Tyrone, we need you to breathe for us. We're gonna get through this. Let's not look at your hands right now. Let's not look at your hands. Tyrone.
Following an explosive dispute on October 21st, 2018, Tyrone Johnson made a haunting 911 call to turn himself in after he shot his girlfriend and her 10-year-old son. The circumstances that led up to the shooting, as well as what exactly happened that resulted in 2 heartbreaking deaths, would prove harder to understand than anticipated. However, even as investigators pry the details from their panicked subject, they will soon find that nothing about his story is as it seems.
So, son, it's not over for you, man, okay? I wouldn't say that.
At 6:45 p.m. on October 21st, 2018, the calm Sunday atmosphere is shattered when a 911 call is made from an apartment in East Tampa, Florida. While the panicked caller quickly confesses to shooting 2 people, the rest of what they say is almost indecipherable given their hysteria.
All right, is the person still alive?
They're dead.
Is this a male or a female?
Both male and female, they're dead.
You killed them both?
They were attacking me and I killed them.
What is your first name? What's your last name? What? Where's the gun? What kind of gun is it?
It's a Glock 40, ma'am. It's registered to me.
And who were these people?
My girlfriend and her son. We were arguing and they attacked me, ma'am. Hurry up!
We're on the way, okay? We're on the way. Stay on the line with me.
Hurry up! Hurry up!
During the frantic 911 call, the caller can be heard calling out to someone else. For now, it's unclear if another person is in the apartment with him.
Sir.
Okay.
I was trying to get them on the phone while they was attacking me. Tampa, Florida.
Are you sure they're both dead?
Dad, you did it. I was trying to call y'all to tell y'all to come and get me while they was jumping on me. Dad.
Sir, talk to me, okay?
Dad, I gotta tell you the police.
I just need you to tell me what room you're in again, okay?
I'm standing at the door, ma'am. I ran the police call you, Dad.
Are you in the front room? Are you at the front door?
I'm standing here when they come in, ma'am. I'm unarmed. I laid the gun on the floor. I put the gun on the floor. Tell them to hurry. Tell them to hurry.
We're already almost there. Sounds like they're there. Stay on the line with me, okay?
They can't survive, ma'am. Hurry up, ma'am. I can't talk to you right now, Dad.
You need to just stay on the line with me, okay? The deputies are coming.
I'm sitting here with the door open, ma'am.
All right. Do you want to, will you talk to EMS if I put them on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Stay on the line. Don't hang up.
Deputies from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office arrive on the scene soon after and find Tyrone Johnson sitting on his porch, screaming and crying while holding a cell phone with blood on his hands. He surrenders without incident and begins screaming, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," as officers handcuff him. As officers place him in a police vehicle, Tyrone struggled to walk, not putting pressure on his right foot. While this detail may seem inconsequential, it will later prove to be a turning point in the ensuing investigation. Once he's brought to the station, Tyrone's panic only increases once officers settle him into an interrogation room, setting the tone for a frustrating and exasperating interview. However, when the eventual truth and the inconceivable motive will finally be revealed, it will leave the detectives reeling.
You put your hand down. Would you like any water or anything like that? No? Okay.
In between gasping for breath, Tyrone manages to tell the officers that he's a veteran.
Tyrone, we need you to breathe for us, all right? Because if you're hyperventilating, getting fast, just breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Do it with me, right? There you go. There you go. Just breathe now.
The detective's calming words only help for so long.
We're gonna get through this, okay? We're gonna get through this. We are. Just breathe. You sure you want to
Continuing to hyperventilate, Tyrone manages to tell the detective he's 42 years old, was in the Marines for 10 years, and that he'd been homeless at some point. While he doesn't expand on this last detail, Tyrone's previous employer spoke with police, giving some insight into his background. A year prior to this incident, he'd worked at the Office of the Attorney General as a paralegal for 6 months, until September 2017. His employer mentions that during this time working with them, and after, he struggled to find steady housing.
I knew that he was very frustrated with the VA because he didn't have housing, and I think he was living couch to couch. I didn't know that he didn't have a place to live until he kept disappearing on us.
While details are sparse for now, Tyrone finally begins to show signs that he may calm down after one of the detectives returns and he takes a drink.
Let's not look at your hands right now, okay? Let's not look at your hands. Tyrone, listen to me. Listen to me. Tyrone, hear me. Look at me. Look at me. Don't look at your hands right now, okay? Listen. Here's what I want to do, man, okay? My name's Joe, okay? I'm a detective at the sheriff's office, okay? This is Dave. He's my partner, okay? All we want to do is make sure that you're okay right now, okay? Are you hurt?
I was trying to leave.
Okay. Well, we're going to get to that, man. But listen, right now, I want to talk about Tyrone for a second, okay?
After guiding Tyrone through more breathing exercises, he finally can begin to speak to the detectives.
Do you know where you are right now, Tyrone? Where are you?
Jail.
You're not in jail. You're not in jail. Okay? You're over at you're at a police station, okay? You're at the sheriff's office in one of our interview rooms, okay? Do you understand that? Okay. All right. Listen, man, I do want to get to what happened tonight, okay? There's a couple of things I want to go over first, okay, to make sure that you're okay. Are you hurt or injured right now?
Just my leg, sir.
Just your leg? What happened there?
I had surgery 3 weeks ago.
You had surgery 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. What was it for?
War injury.
A war injury?
Yes.
Okay. What happened?
I got crushed by a howitzer base plate, sir.
Oh. Okay.
Tyrone also manages to share that he moved from South Carolina to Florida in order to be with his girlfriend, Stephanie Willis. Now that he's calmed down enough that they can understand him, the detective proceeds to read him his Miranda rights.
Tyrone, I want to, before we get into what we got to go into tonight, okay? I want to talk to you about what happened, okay? Because right now, myself and Dave are going to be the people who want to listen.
Tyrone agrees to speak with them and signs his rights. Please note that the police department has made redactions to the interrogation footage, including Stephanie's name.
Can you tell me what happened tonight?
We
At dinner?
I changed the TV.
I'm sorry.
I changed the TV
You changed the TV?
to football.
Okay.
Stop. I like you.
Okay.
Can you watch music video?
Okay.
This answer about what incited their argument will later reveal the shocking truth behind a sinister secret that Tyrone is hiding.
I see why you're saying this. Because you are.
Hold on. Tyrone.
Yes.
Slow down for me. I can't understand what you were saying. What can you repeat that for me?
She said, I see why your son is. Because you are.
Okay.
Tyrone has 5 children. One of his sons died 10 months earlier, something which Tyrone alleges Stephanie mocked him about.
And I called my dad. And I said, come and get me in the morning.
In the morning?
I'm gonna get my stuff. And I was getting my stuff. And she began to hit me. And she started, I fell over my knee wrong. And I was trying to get my crutches so I could continue getting my stuff. And she was going to throw the PlayStation at me. And I was down and fell. And when she was going to throw the PlayStation at me.
As words fail him, Tyrone attempts to act out what he claims happened next. However, unfortunately, it isn't much clearer.
I know you were. I know you were.
Given how jumbled and hard to follow Tyrone's story is so far, the detective tries to find something they can verify.
What room were you in when this happened?
In the master bedroom.
The master bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What the officers don't know yet is that this seemingly insignificant detail is actually crucial to understanding the truth of what really happened.
You were down on your knee?
I was on my knee roller trying to get tight.
Knee roller. Your knee roller. Oh, I'm sorry. Like one of those things with to help you walk?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand. Okay.
And she pushed me off.
She pushed you off of it?
Yeah, I was trying to get my crutches.
Okay.
He picks up the story after he called his father using Facebook Messenger.
And he said, what? And then I kept asking her to stop. And when she was blowing the PlayStation, I just
How many times did you fire, Tyrone? You don't know.
I just get.
Okay. Where was your son?
Stephanie's 10-year-old son, Ricky, lived in the apartment with her and Tyrone. He wasn't Tyrone's biological son. Tyrone had briefly mentioned Ricky in his hysterical 911 call.
Sir, talk to me. How old is the son? You killed...
They were jumping on me now.
Ricky was known by most of his neighbors as a happy and kind young man who often offered to help them and take out their trash. Videos from Ricky's YouTube channel show his excitement for life and the love he had for his mom.
I'm gonna be on a TV show.
So we killed the kid too,
This will be
damn.
the part that goes, duh, but I'm actually gonna tell you.
I missed that part.
America's Got Talent.
The eerie secret that Tyrone is hiding about Ricky's death will eventually turn the case over its head. Please note his name has also been redacted from the police footage.
He went out and then he came back in. Was he hit the first time or did he?
I don't know. I just get.
Was he saying anything to you? What? What was he saying? Your mind? I'm just trying to understand this. Did he say you hurt my mommy?
Damn, bro.
Yes.
Once again, Tyrone falls into unintelligible hysterics.
I'm sorry.
After slightly composing himself, Tyrone tells the officers that he and Stephanie had been together for a year, and he'd recently moved back into the apartment after briefly moving out.
What made you move out in the first place? You had argued.
A couple of weeks before the surgery.
Did you guys get into it a lot before? On arguments? I'm sorry. Yes. You don't know? I know this is a lot right now, Tyrone. I'm just trying to understand what happened tonight, okay?
Without much prompting, Tyrone then makes a surprising confession, one which could help to decipher what actually happened. There was a witness to the entire incident.
Were you on the phone the entire time with you guys during this? When the shooting happened and everything?
I said, stop.
Given that trying to get a clear answer out of Tyrone so far has been like pulling teeth, the fact that they may be able to verify his version of events with his father, who heard the entire incident on the phone, must seem like a lucky strike. He had called 911, used the phone in the apartment, and used his cell phone to talk to his dad at the same time. As it will turn out, however, the evidence the investigators truly need to reveal the horrific truth is not going to come from Tyrone's father. They will soon uncover that it already awaits them at the scene of the crime. For now, they return to the details of what happened that night. The officer asked Tyrone to clarify where Ricky had been when Stephanie picked up the PlayStation.
You said earlier that ran out of the room and then came back in.
I just kept...
When he came up to you, did he hurt you at all?
He was just on me, sir, and I pushed him.
He was just on you, and you pointed to your left side.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you just pushed him off him?
Yes,
How big is
he
Do you think he was just protecting his mama? You think so?
But I wasn't. I only made a noise. She pushed me off. That's it.
You think he just maybe misunderstood the situation?
Hearing Tyrone and Stephanie arguing, Ricky had come running into the room and pushed Tyrone. After this, Tyrone picked up his firearm.
Do you remember what you were aiming at?
I just started firing, sir.
You just started firing?
Yes, sir.
What did she, when you started firing, what happened? Was coming back and you just started firing? Is that what you just said?
Soon after, Tyrone made his haunting 911 call. In order to gather more details, they changed topics, discussing the firearm.
Let me ask you this, how did it get to where it got to today? The gun? By the bed? Is it locked up?
No, sir, I didn't.
You just keep it there? Okay. Do you keep a fully loaded magazine in it?
Yes, sir.
You do? Okay.
Tyrone clarifies that the firearm isn't just near the bed, but he actually keeps it on the floor near his hygiene bag. The firearm in question was recovered from the scene. Just as he claimed in his 911 call, it was found in front of the TV, along with an open folding knife.
Me either.
Tyrone actually mentioned this knife in his 911 call.
I put my knife and everything on the floor.
You had a knife too?
No, ma'am, it was in my pocket. I just took it out on my arm. Hurry up.
And when you fell today, you fell near that? Okay. Did you say anything when you picked it up or went up?
When the detectives try to dive into Tyrone's background with Stephanie, he explains that they'd met initially in childhood in North Carolina. However, just as the detectives are making progress, this topic suddenly sends Tyrone back into hysterics.
Let's not look at her hands right now. Let's not look at her hands right now. Listen to me. Look at me. Don't look at your hands. Put your hands down. Put your hands down. Okay? Listen to me. Let's calm down. I know you didn't mean it. Okay? I know. Tyrone, sometimes I get it. I know we snap. Okay, I know.
Despite the detectives' efforts, Tyrone doesn't calm down.
What?
After more breathing exercises, the other detective takes a crack at Tyrone.
This is really tough for you right now, okay? I'm having a little bit of difficulty understanding you. So I need you to take a couple big deep breaths because I want to be able to understand your answers to the questions I'm going to ask you, okay?
He looks a little like Mike Tyson.
Once again, they try to clarify what happened with Ricky, as he will prove to be the key to
Sticky
understanding
Buds, I
the
appreciate you being
bone-chilling events
literally
of
the
night.
only one here.
While previously claiming he didn't say anything to Stephanie or Ricky, Tyrone
You're
suddenly
awesome.
changes his
Just saying.
tune.
So you're on the ground, and she's yelling at you, and what?
He's in there too, and I'm telling him I'm not doing anything to your mom. She pushed me off my door. I'm trying to leave, and he was on this shoulder, and I pushed him off.
When you say he's on that shoulder, what is he doing?
What are you doing to my mom? And I told her, and I ain't doing anything to my mom.
Is he hitting you?
No, sir, he was just on my shoulder asking me, what am I doing to his mom?
Okay, so he's just up against you saying, what are you doing to my mom?
And I pushed him off.
Trying to protect his mom. That's fucking sad.
Will be crucial later in the most heartbreaking way. Earlier, Tyrone had claimed that Ricky had run into the bedroom.
What was he saying? You heard? You heard my mommy?
While it's somewhat unclear the order that things occurred, it's possible that this was after Tyrone had started shooting and had injured Stephanie.
Always,
now
I
that he's
appreciate
finally
it.
calmed down a bit, Tyrone adds new details to his story.
When I'm sitting here, the bed, the wall, my crutches, which I was trying to grab after I pushed off of me. I said, I'm not doing anything, I'm trying to leave.
Okay.
And she was standing there with the PlayStation.
Where's the door?
Behind
her?
Yes.
Okay. So she's blocking your way to the door?
Yes.
And
I wouldn't say blocking, sir.
But she's in between you and the door?
Yes, sir.
And are you sitting on your butt on the floor?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now you push off of you. And you said she's standing there with what in her hands?
The PlayStation.
All right. Show me how she has this PlayStation.
She just has it up like she's trying to throw it at me, sir.
Okay, show me where she has it at.
She has it up just like this.
Right here in front of her?
Yes, sir.
What, did she say what she's going to do with this thing?
She was getting ready to throw it at me, sir.
She's getting ready to throw it at you?
Yes, sir. I'm getting my things.
Okay.
Whoa, almost dropped my vape.
Okay. Did it hit her?
I think so.
Okay.
X, what's good?
She fell. I just kept flying. And I rolled up and that bus was coming back, and I just kept
All right, thank you for telling me that. When she was hit, she fell straight to the ground? Or did she leave?
I think she fell by my knee roller.
By your knee roller? Still in the bedroom?
Yes.
What's good? How you doing,
Tyrone's
X?
story hasn't been particularly coherent so far. His answer to the detective's next question indicates that perhaps he's also not being honest.
From the time you fired those rounds until the cops showed up?
A PlayStation
Damn.
with a bullet hole was recovered
Half
from
sleep.
the main bedroom. Interestingly, the crime scene footage reveals that Tyrone is either confused about where the PlayStation fell, or he's lying, as it was found not next to Stephanie's body as he claimed, but on top of the bed near his crutches, along with a shell casing.
Oh my god, I got it. Hang on.
When they were on the ground?
Damn.
Like this, where like shooting down.
Sir.
Bruh, you shot her.
Tyrone has just slipped up. The detectives will confront him about this later, as soon as they have the evidence they need to confront him with the truth. For now, they let it pass, moving on to try and verify his claim that Stephanie was hitting him.
Can I look at the back of your head?
Sure, sir.
It's a little
Wow.
minor. Get a photograph.
Now, your shirt's right back here in the back.
Yes, sir. The lady was tussling. She was tussling on the back of me before she pushed me off my knee roller, sir.
Tyrone's knee roller can be seen in the crime scene footage, right next to the bed in the master bedroom.
Tyrone, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have somebody come by here and photograph you. We're gonna take your clothes, okay? And then we're
That's
just gonna have you
brutal.
sit down for a little bit, and we'll be back with you, okay? Do you have any questions or anything you want to say? No? Okay. Tyrone, I'm gonna be with you every step.
He doesn't. He can't say anything. He's been crying, and it's funny how he's fine now that it's almost over.
It's not over for you, man.
You hear that?
I wouldn't say that, okay?
The
It's
officers
crazy that
get
I said that
Tyrone's
right as he
details
said
for his
that.
phone so they can reach out to his parents or family to notify them that she and Ricky have been killed. As one officer leaves to fetch more
That's
water,
crazy.
Tyrone once again spirals into an unintelligible meltdown.
I know. When did you do that?
I was trying to say.
I came back over.
While this hard-to-follow answer doesn't add too much, what Tyrone says next is very telling.
What she said, I see what your son is. I said this is over.
I know.
And I called my dad.
Did your dad hear that?
I called him right after. I said, she said my son is like.
While Tyrone previously claimed that his dad heard the entire incident during a video call, this adjustment in his story dashes the detective's hopes of corroborating if Stephanie ever made this statement. They did speak with his father, and he said that during their video call he saw what he thought to be a hand swatting at the back of Tyrone's neck, and later heard 2 gunshots. However, he didn't hear the beginning or the rest of the altercation. The officer leaves again, this time to get the crime scene crew to collect Tyrone's clothing, abandoning the other officer to listen to Tyrone's hysterical crying alone. Finally, the crime scene crew is ready, and so the detective explains to Tyrone that they need him to take off his clothes, put them in separate bags, and that they will supply him with new clothing. Tyrone's response is one of panic.
Do you understand? Okay. Sir. All right. You're good, be honest. Relax. Relax. I know this is difficult, man. What? I don't know how this happened, man.
As his clothes are being processed into evidence, Tyrone becomes deeply emotional.
I'm sorry, son.
Wow.
I just got a question for you.
Damn, I got caught. Exactly.
Get back into the room.
He would not be like this otherwise.
Despite this claim now, during the 911 call, Tyrone has said that both Stephanie and Ricky had attacked him.
Where did his body fall?
Right beside his mom, and I just kept firing.
Okay.
There's a very good reason they are once again inquiring about where Ricky fell after being shot. There are quite a few things about Tyrone's story that just aren't adding up, and this is one of them. For now, they leave him in the interrogation room. Despite being alone, he isn't quiet, and after a few minutes, he can be heard talking to himself.
Oh, God.
I'm so sorry, son.
For much of the time he's alone, Tyrone simply stares down at his hands before he once again begins to cry. Throughout the interview so far, it's been clear that Tyrone's injured foot and subsequent limited mobility are central to the events of the night, though perhaps not exactly in the way investigators may currently believe. Tyrone's previous employer supplied some interesting background about his injury.
When he first started here, did he have any injuries or anything that you're aware of?
If I was aware of an injury, and I don't remember because it was over a year ago that I did the interview, he had no physically, visually, I did not notice any injury. He was not walking with a cane. He was not limping. He was not complaining. He did not mention any sort of pain.
Yet, as investigators will soon learn by the end of his employment, things had dramatically changed for Tyrone.
When he left here in September, I'm telling you, there was a clear deterioration in his health, be it physical and mental. I don't know a diagnosis, I'm not saying that, but he was distracted, he was more irritable, he became openly frustrated. So in the 6-month time period, you saw him go from someone who would sit here like you and I are sitting here to I gave him the opportunity to resign because he could not do the work here. He was not reliable, he was not dependable, and his disposition had changed.
She also mentioned that Tyrone was using a cane the last time she saw him.
As a result, I had contacted my HR director. I was really worried. I mean, I was worried, and I even said this to them, like, I'm really scared he's in a hotel room somewhere or somewhere dead.
It seems that Tyrone had started on a downward spiral a year ago, but no one could have imagined just how far he would fall, or the fact that he would take 2 lives with him. When the detectives return to the interrogation room, they have the evidence they need to confront Tyrone about the undeniable discrepancies in his story.
I just talked to one of my partners over at the scene over there. I gotta clarify something, man. Okay? Why is there blood in the room?
No, sir.
The detectives have just asked a crucial question. They found blood in Ricky's bedroom, but so far, Tyrone has been adamant that the entire incident took place in the master bedroom. Even during the 911 call, he made a
Well, he
similar
did say Ricky ran out. So if Ricky ran out, then he could have ran to his room and blood could have got down because he said he didn't know if Ricky got
Footage
shot
from the
yet.
crime scene reveals that this, at least, is true. Both bodies were found lying directly next to each other near the door of the master bedroom.
The other side of this is Tyrone's a cold-blooded murderer who killed a child tonight.
No, sir.
Okay. Then why is there blood and shell casings in his room?
No, sir, I didn't kill. No.
Okay.
Despite Tyrone's adamance, the crime scene paints a very different and horrifying picture. Droplets of blood can be seen on the carpet leading into Ricky's room. As well, a shell casing is found lying next to one of Ricky's toy action figures, along with spots of blood and bullet holes on the wall over his bed. Back in the interrogation, they hit Tyrone with the truth of what the crime scene suggests.
But understand, there's also evidence to show that the young man was more than likely trying to get away from him. There's blood on the bottom of his socks. Okay? There's blood in his bedroom.
Not only was blood found in Ricky's room, but a projectile actually passed through his wall and entered the neighboring apartment. Police located a hole in the wall behind the neighbor's bed.
Damn.
Residents remembered picking up something off of the floor, not realizing that it was a spent projectile.
So who's here?
They tossed
Sticky
it
and
into the
X?
trash where it was later retrieved from.
What it appears
And Muhammad.
the body was moved. Did you move that body?
No, sir.
Tyrone, remember.
My motherfucking people.
Cold-blooded murderer.
Not murderer, sir.
Okay. Did you move that body?
No, sir.
Did you move anybody?
No, sir. I didn't even kill no one, sir.
Then why is there blood in his room? Explain that to me.
No, sir. I didn't move anyone, sir.
What?
When I looked up and standing there again,
Where was he standing? Where was he standing?
when I looked up, he was standing there.
How far away from you was he?
He was, I just picked that picture and kept fucking.
And you fired at him while he was on the ground?
X, are you still here?
Did you fire at him while he was on the ground?
I just kept firing, sir.
Despite all the evidence, Tyrone maintains he wasn't in Ricky's room. Yet the blood spatter in Ricky's room leads to scattered pools of red in front of his bed, as well as bloody vomit.
You can't explain, though, how there's blood in his bedroom?
I didn't kill no one in his bedroom, sir. I didn't move his body, sir.
How did his body get there, man?
I looked up and he was there. I kept fucking, sir.
Still attempting to get something out of Tyrone that can explain the evidence, the detective poses a different version of events.
What do you want? Tyrone is manipulating everything, and he murdered his girlfriend, and then he chased her 10-year-old son throughout the house, killed him, and then dumped his body next to the mother.
I can't chase anyone.
Okay.
Despite this claim in a video taken on October 19th, only 2 days before the shooting, Tyrone can be seen in the background of a clip Ricky filmed, standing just behind his shoulder. Tyrone is wearing the same green shirt from earlier in his interrogation, and significantly, he can be seen standing and walking without any issue at all. Most heartbreaking of all, the evidence in Ricky's room suggests that the detective is correct. Not only does it appear that Ricky ran into this room to try and escape from Tyrone, but blood was found under his bed as he attempted to hide from him, getting blood on his toys in the process. This revelation also indicates that Tyrone's earlier slip-up hinted at the chilling truth.
Did you shoot them when they were on the ground?
I don't know, sir. I just kept
You made a motion like this for like shooting down.
Yes, sir.
It appears that Tyrone may have accidentally revealed that he shot at Ricky while he was on the ground in his bedroom, potentially while he was attempting to hide under his bed. In a heartbreaking clip from one of Ricky's YouTube videos, he can be seen hiding under his bed because of a thunderstorm.
Thunder in Florida. Lightning. Oh, snap!
Well, there are 2 people dead tonight. Okay? I want to show you a picture. Who's that? Spell her son's name for me.
I swear to God. Always.
Is there?
I always call.
You always call her. You don't know her kid's name?
Or Hero.
Or Hero? That was his nickname was Hero? Sounds like I was trying to protect his mother tonight. That's what I think.
I wasn't doing it, sir. The only noise that he heard was me coming off of my knee.
Okay.
While Tyrone has been unwavering in his conviction that everything took place in the master bedroom, blood was also found in the attached bathroom, including on the outside of the bathtub, the walls, and the toilet. As well, bullet fragments were found on the floor near the bathtub and toilet, indicating even more clearly that Tyrone isn't even remotely telling the truth.
Nobody's sitting here saying that you're lying to us, but one thing that we do know is that we have our squad mates at that apartment, and they're telling us something different than what you're telling us. Hold on, just hear me out, okay? Your girlfriend tonight questioned your manhood, and that pissed you off. And then she did the unthinkable. She insulted you by calling you a... And she had the audacity to compare that to what your son did. And that pissed you off, and that made you snap. Okay? I don't know if you don't understand what we're telling you. But something else happened in the room. Something happened in the room.
The detective noted in the police report that, in contrast to his actions, he couldn't see any tears coming from Tyrone's eyes during this confrontation, despite his attempts to appear like he was
Of course
crying.
not.
He also added that Tyrone was sweating profusely.
Baby!
This development throws all of his earlier panic and hyperventilating into question.
I'm going to tell you why I'm going to disagree with you. Because I know that you can move. You can't move great, but I know you can move.
Sorry, baby.
From the bedroom to the outside before the cops came. So I know you can move around.
Yeah,
So
oh.
it's very possible that you could have...
I thought you asked if this was in Florida.
Because
This is in
you're scared.
Florida,
You're trying to
too.
get away from you.
Albino Ashley.
It's an accident. Could have been an accident. Well, you're the only one with a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's only one explanation for the shell casings and bullet holes in his room. Why is your life over? Tell me why.
Baby, are you still here? If I miss you, I'm gonna be salty as fuck.
Why is your life over?
Well, for one, he's sitting here going like... So yeah, you're probably not gonna understand it. You can't understand a word he's fucking saying. Yeah, that could be why. I don't know. Other people get into it.
He may have been emphasizing his injured foot.
Dude, I know it's difficult. I post the link for people to watch. It's not too much like you thought. People like that.
That's pretty fast.
While Tyrone doesn't offer an explanation, investigators found a spent shell casing on the porch where he had waited for the police to arrive.
I was just outside the doorway, just to the gate.
When you went out to the doorway, to the gate?
To the gate right there at the tree, and then I hopped that kid because I couldn't see anyone.
How did you do that with that injury?
On this bench, sir.
You hopped?
Yes.
You did that all in 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
With this statement from Tyrone, it becomes clear that he has been highlighting the issues with his mobility for a very specific reason. He simply couldn't have chased 10-year-old Ricky through the apartment and shot him, never mind later moving his body into the master bedroom next to Stephanie, if he could barely walk. The question remains, though, is this injury actually so bad that it would prevent Tyrone from committing the crime he's accused of? Or does he just want the investigators to think it is? While he may have been wounded and had surgery 3 weeks earlier, it also seems possible that he may be exaggerating the extent of his injury.
But your story is everything happened in the master bedroom. I'm asking you, did everything happen in the master bedroom? Is that what you're sticking to?
Sir.
Sorry?
Yes, sir.
That's crazy.
Tyrone, if I can show otherwise, what do you think should happen?
My life is over, sir.
What do you think should happen?
Said his life is over. That's probably, you probably should have thought about that before you ended 2 other lives. Especially a fucking child. A fucking child. Come here and I'll help you.
I didn't kill you. I was trying to leave, sir.
I get
Yeah.
that.
Ends. Investigators at the scene noted that Stephanie appeared
Yeah,
to
me
have a
too, Sticky
contusion to
Bud.
her right eye, and it was swollen closed. As well, she appeared to have an entrance wound to her forehead and chest, as well as wounds to her arms and neck. There was another gunshot wound inside her mouth, which broke her
So
jaw.
bring it here,
This
honey.
bullet had been Tyrone Johnson was found guilty of murder
Hell
in the first
yeah,
degree,
find that
murder
motherfucker
in the second
guilty.
degree, and aggravated
Babe,
child
I love
abuse.
you.
He was sentenced to death for the murders of Stephanie and Ricky Willis. It still remains unclear why Tyrone killed Stephanie and Ricky, and if changing the
I
TV
love you.
and
You're
Stephanie's
cute.
alleged comments were all just another part of his elaborate lies.
So let's talk for a bit, guys. What's going on? What's happening? How's everybody doing this morning? Y'all out here living your best lives. Send help. Send help. Hang on. Okay, sorry, guys. Eric, did you leave already? You butt. Ya booty. My vape's starting to taste like ass. Like actual ass. I mean, it's always tasted like ass, but it's tasting extra like ass. This vape is the best one I've ever had for THC. It's cereal milk. There's Sticky Butts. If I restart the live, will you come to the new one? Babe, I don't know if you're still here, but you too, obviously.
Stay in the cut on the north side. Hollow points, trigger fingers on my fucking throat. 5 demons rising up the crib.
Alright, I'll restart, and then I'll be back on instantly. So just hop on to the new live. Bye.